Blessings, 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 and good night, my people. Oof. Yeah, we have enough. We have enough time that we can big up everybody in the chat. What going on? You can't hear me? Please talk to me. Talk to me, my people. You can't hear me? Can't hear me? Jeffrey World. All right, cool. All right. I could go back up this now. Okay. Let me just say welcome, 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 welcome. I don't know where all of you are, but for those of you who live in the Northeast, particularly the mid-Atlantic states like Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, we get some snow tonight. I tell you, I did something that I haven't done in a long, long time. Go outside and go shovel snow. And I tell you, I'm tired. Really tired, you know. But it was good to get the exercise in because I haven't done any exercise in a long, long time. But another kind of exercise, you know. Anyway, I could big up the foundation, the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. I was in a chat tonight and somebody was saying that this is the first time in the history of the diaspora that they felt something was being done that's worthwhile, you know, like challenging the government. They said nothing like this happened before, and they're saying that they're a full supporter. And so, you know, these are the things we need to hear. And these folks, they're supporting not just morally, verbally, but also financially, because we have a lot of work to do. And we'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll get to start talking to you about some of the things we're doing. There's some things we can't talk about right now. Once we get to that point and the project has been completed, then we'll let you know. But there's a major project we're working on right now. And I'm sworn to secrecy, except to say that once we put it out, we're going to announce it to the whole world. And then we'll go from there. J Master Songwriter, big up yourself. Miss B, ACLB, yes, yes, yes. Catherine Daly, Merle, yes, 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 big up yourself, Merle. Patel, big up yourself. Daglish, Daphne, blessings, blessings, blessings. Oh, Lapscoochie, man, Mr. Norman Montague. People want to see him. Just ask him where him get the name Lapscoochie from. Interesting story. Jeffrey Worrell. Who else you have here? Let me see. Yeah, Jeffrey, big up yourself. Big up yourself. Joe Blogs. Yes, 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 yes. Vivian Swebe, good night, good night. Cynthia B. Happy Tuesday evening to you too. JP, good night. I just love this name, a cheerful wild horse. I just love that. I love the name there. Good night to you, cheerful wild horse. Angela Palmer, blessings, blessings, blessings. Mega, 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 megawatt. So that means all of Brooklyn. Well, part where we come from, safe because mega they bought the place. Okay. Kingsley Anglin, good evening, sir. Carla, good night, good night. Big J64, big up yourself. Carla Ebanks, good night, good night. SSL. Kingsley, I think we big up Kingsley already. Mike Reed. Yeah, tell everybody that I'm on, Mike, please. GP, big up yourself. Mike Reed, manners and respect. Queen Breezy, blessings, blessings, blessings. Who else we have? Shar J, good night, good night. Carnet Sterling, blessings, blessings to you and everyone in your household. Maureen Hines, good evening to you. Tip of the spear, that my name now. All right, Maureen, me take it, me take it. Owen Bernard, bless up yourself, bless up yourself. Make we talk, man. Boomba Va V is in the place. Jeffrey, big up yourself. Sorry, me have to jump off a while ago. What for things happen? I like cats. Hello, 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 hello. If I go back to Jeffrey, I'm saying, me have my vitamins today. No, Jeffrey, we not take the vitamins today, you know. But me a function anyway. Fruit the pan. Good evening. Good evening. Loxley Gregory. Big up yourself. Nisi One Love. Greetings, greetings, greetings. Mike Jones. Burn up the fire. Hatta Will. Yes, indeed. Fabian Bryan. Yes, man. Up this over there. Vivian Swaby. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Daphne. Blessings, blessings. All right. And this over there. Folks, there is so much going on in the world. And there is so much going on in our corner of the world, Jamaica, our piece of the rock, our jewel, our paradise. But lately, you know, we start to clouding our stones. We start to all kinds of problems that, if unchecked and unabated, will wreck our homeland. And we cannot afford for that to happen. Sharon Samuels, big up yourself. Everybody I watch, good, good, good. So that's why we're going to keep the fire burning around here. I want to say big up to Mystic and all of the guests them last night from Mystic, you know. We had a great time last night. I tell you, that show, people, if you get a chance, check it out, because that's one show I really, really enjoy being on. Of course, Jeffrey Tavares, you know, my main man, I like the Pan Fame show too. But Mystic Sensation, do him homework, do him research, come prepared. And like I tell him all the time, Mystic no really need we for them on the show. We are just like decoration on the show. You know, we're not like the main event or the main reason why the show are going, because Mystic I do him own thing, you know, I do him own thing. And shows like that is a pleasure to be on. Jeffrey Tavares, likewise, you know. Jeffrey have a Monday night show, people, and I need to check it out, because that's where most of his efforts are focused, on that Monday night show, and bring on some interesting guests. And pretty soon, I'm telling you, I expect that show is going to be way, way, way up there. It's up there right now, but I think it's going to get a lot more support, because Jeffrey really I work hard at it. Not that he wasn't working hard at the other shows, but I think he's focused now on this Monday night show, and then he might have some satellite shows, some, you know, miscellaneous shows during the week. But the Monday night show, yeah, Jeffrey, big up yourself. Congrats again, sir. On taking that show places. David Nobody, blessings, blessings. Loxley Gregory. You want the thing come. You want the election call already, Loxley. You ready? Okay. So, as usual, we have Sundance syndication show. Okay. All right. Sunday. Let's start out with some of the housekeeping matters. We have Dr. Ben there too already. Bring him on. Yeah. We have Dr. Ben and the crew. They're here. Let me just quickly run through some things and then we'll bring on Dr. Ben. Because tonight's a special program now. Tonight, Dr. Ben, I'm going to talk to you what you need. Because what come up? What come up? What the next big day will come up? It's not President Day, you know. It's not President's Day, the holiday, you know. It's Valentine's Day. And Dr. Ben, now I'm going to have some things to talk about, or to spice up Valentine's Day and Valentine's Night for all of you. So, I can't afford to miss this. No need for a call on the family and friends, all right? So, Reason with Rattigan this Saturday. All right, we're going to make some changes. Not to the hours, but what we're going to do is that this program was originally intended to be the spillover from that program, so that, you know, because we weren't taking phone calls there. But this program is slowly becoming a health program, and I see where people love it. So we're still going to open the phone lines and take calls, and you can call about, you know, anything you want to talk about. But on Saturdays, we're going to shorten the presentation part of the program, and we're going to open the phone lines for about an hour or so, and so that people can actually call in. Because one of the things we realize is that a lot of the people who are listening on or watch on a Saturday, they're not available on a Wednesday night, or it's a challenge for them, so they can't make it, and they have questions that they really, really want to ask. So we're going to try that and see how it works out. So that's Reason with Rattigan. The other thing is that somebody mentioned to me a while back that, hey, maybe you need to get a show in Jamaica. Well, it looks like it's going to happen. It looks like Reason with Rattigan is going to be syndicated. There is a station in Jamaica that reached out to Reggae Global this week and said, listen, we've been watching Reason with Rattigan. We love the show, and we would like to broadcast the show in Jamaica. And the radio station said yes. I said yes. So we'll see what happens. Now it's just a matter of them just working out the details. The two radio stations. So people in Jamaica, at some point, they will not have to tune into Reggae Global Radio. They can just tune into a local station in Jamaica and get Reason with Rattigan. Relax with the Rebel. This Saturday. Remember, people, because some of you are still tuning in at midnight. The midnight slot. There's a gentleman, I spoke to him. He's been a DJ for decades. He's taking over the midnight slot from midnight to 2. So it's official. Relax with the Rebel will be broadcasted from 10 p.m. to midnight every Saturday night. Just remember that, people. 10 p.m. to midnight every Saturday night. We started 2 weeks ago. The first week we went from 10 till 2. Last week we went 10 to midnight. This week 10 to midnight. We may go to 1 because I'm going to be featuring the one, the only, the legend, Bob Marley. And the reason why I'm thinking about going for 3 hours is because I have some songs that I want to play for a lot of you, because a lot of you know of the Bob Marley in the 70s, right? But there's also a Bob Marley in the 60s. And in fact, before there was a Bob Marley, there was a group called the Wailing Wailers. And that group was also called the Wailers. And then it later became Bob Marley and the Wailers. And there have been quite a few songs where Bob Marley wasn't the lead. You had various people. And also, here's a little known fact, Bob Marley and the Wailers used to do backup. When named the guy who sing Picture, Freddie McKay, I think, who did Picture on the Wall. Bob Marley and the Wailers did backup on that. Who would ever thought of that? That the great Bob Marley that sing backup for another artist, But so we're going to play some Bob Marley that most of you, no, I shouldn't say most. We're going to play some Bob Marley that a lot of you have never heard. And we're going to play some Bob Marley that a lot of you haven't heard in a long time. And then you can hear the transformation of the voice, and you can see the progression of the music. You're going to hear Bob Marley doing ska. You're going to hear Bob Marley doing rock steady. And then you're going to hear Bob Marley doing reggae. A lot of people know about Bob Marley doing reggae, but a lot of people know about Bob Marley doing ska and rock steady. So we're not going to get all of that this Saturday. And that's why I'm saying that, we may go to 3 hours. It's not a slight or a disservice to the Crown Prince because we only played 1 hour of Dennis Brown. But we'll get back to Dennis Brown another time. We'll play 2 hours of Dennis Brown. But this Saturday, we're going to play exclusively Bob Marley and the Wailers. Also, I should say, we're going to play the Wailers, the Wailing Wailers, Bob Marley and the Wailers. All 3 of them. And you're going to get them for all 3 genres: ska, rocksteady, reggae. So tune into that. And if you haven't heard Bob Marley in the 60s, you need to tune in. You really need to tune in. Because the Bob Marley of the 70s, everybody know. It was like the Midas touch. Everything the man sing was an unforgettable hit. Any part of the world you go, and you can play just about anything that Bob Marley did in the 70s, and people go and sing it word for word. But there's some... And another thing, a lot of the songs, not a lot, but some of the songs you would hear in the 70s, and you thought that they were new, they were redone. The original was done in the 60s. I will go and play the original on some of them songs. So that's that. This Sunday, we haven't had Easier Sunday with the Rebel and DJ Kevin Stew. We haven't had that programming since mid-December. Well, this Sunday, we're going to have Raleigh. Actually, it's Never Gopi, a.k.a. Raleigh. My brethren grew up together in a Waterhouse. He have a band called Dread I Dread out in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Consistently ranked the #1 band in Minneapolis. He was on the program a while back, some of you may recall. In fact, he was on the program twice. He's coming back this Sunday, and we're going to have an exclusive with him. And then we have some other things planned for the coming Sundays. Keep in mind that it's not a program that we envision doing every Sunday. It was something that in its concept, we said we need to do it every other Sunday. So it's twice a month. So we're going to go back to that. I mean, we started out with King Jammys, and we started out with King Jammys and Gussie Clark. And then we were doing them every week. I think Jammys came out twice, Gussie once, but 3 consecutive weeks. So we're going to have Raleigh and the Dread I Dread band this Sunday, and then every 2 weeks thereafter, every other week, thereafter, we'll have a guest on. We're still working on getting some big name people. We have some of them lined up already, but Raleigh, my brethren, and we have to do something for the band. And we actually had him on, and there was some technical issue with YouTube, and that interview was erased. So we're gonna make it up to Raleigh this Sunday. All right. What else? The producer, what I'm talking about, Haiti, the status of Haiti. Well, not the status of Haiti, but the status of our peacekeepers, our Jamaican peacekeepers in Haiti. I've done an ATI asking what's the status, and we haven't heard anything, because we have turned our law enforcement personnel into mercenaries now. We are fighting for money. We're not fighting, as them say, for principle. That's what the Jamaican government would. That's the impression they would give you, that we're fighting based on well, not fight. We're peacekeepers based on the principle of being good neighbors. But no, we are over there for money. Plain and simple. Plain and simple. We are doing it for money. And now that we have a new administration who does not see eye to eye with the previous administration and all kinds of cuts, we'll see what happens. Make us see if them are going to leave the Jamaican peacekeepers over there, or them will have them return to Jamaica. Then we'll know the real reason why them send them. Or they'll have to come out and say, tell us the real reason. There was a protest today. I don't know how well attended it was. Maybe somebody can tell me. Oh, megawatts of Fatrust. Look at your cover version, Fatrust. Raleigh here, the man I call you. I'm mega say it, Yes, where Kenya just added 200 more soldiers. But money tight. So we'll see what's gonna happen with that. There's a protest today regarding the vote in the House to make Portmore the 15th parish. I don't know how well attended it was. If anybody knows, it was poor. See? That me I talk about. I have no problems with people taking to the streets and for them favorite artists and a protest and carry on. No problem. No problem. Support that. But something like this, where directly affect you, and you just not come out, it's just like when them raise the parliamentarian spear. And I remember Andre Stevens and Dr. Rosalie Hamilton and a few other people, they were protesting down a race course, and very few people attended. I just don't understand it. Just don't understand it. My people. Now lose half hour now. Uh, we have a criminal that is going to be sentenced hopefully next month, Leslie Campbell, and I hope that the judge will take cues from the judge in New York who sentenced Senator Menendez to, I don't know, 8-10 years in prison. One of the most powerful senators will be wearing prison garb pretty soon. I hope they'll take a cue and do the same thing to Mr. Leslie Campbell, because he was convicted of a crime. And we can't give him a pat on the wrist and just a pat on the back and just make him just go off. So no, we have to start setting an example. And why? There's something called the corruption index. And remember me telling about it enough. Me telling us that the corruption index, it will reflect the state of Jamaica. Jamaica was at 44. Now keep in mind, anything below 50 means that you're well corrupt. Anything below 50. Jamaica has been as low as, I think, 32 or something like that. But we average somewhere between 38 and 44. We just dropped 4 points, people. We just dropped 4 points. Actually, we should have dropped more. Because if you think about it, Leslie Campbell found guilty. Marissa Dalrymple is before the court. The Prime Minister, 28 bank accounts, and all kinds of shenanigans with the 3 companies and all of this, all of that. Plus the housing thing up at Beverly Hills, plus the illicit 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever the number is, and a whole range of corrupt activities. Not to mention, Jamaica is a major drug transit point. And these things can't happen without the interference, the influence, the input of significant players. And when I say significant players, we're talking about politicians and law enforcement officers. The people who live behind me, them can't bring in the kind of drugs where we are say pass through Jamaica. These people, them can't do it. Not to mention the 3 trillion. Can't forget that. All of those things factor into the corruption index, and it's going to affect people. It's going to affect people. Here's a story that really, really hurt me to my core, people. To my core. The Social Indigent Housing Program. What could I go so? I say go. This program, for those of you who are not aware, this program, it goes like this. You have a piece of land, but you're poor, you're indigent, you're poor. But you have a piece, that's all you have, piece of land. And if you qualify, the government will come onto your land and build a concrete structure for you, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom. But here what now? You signed the contract. When you dead, that house is going into a pool to be reassigned to another indigent family. So your family have to leave. While you have that place, you cannot expand. So if your family increase in size, you can't put on another room. You can't lease it. You can't sell it. You can't rent it. You cannot transfer it. Tonight, I am going to do an ATI asking the Ministry of Local Government and the Office of the Prime Minister for a copy of that contract. Because we need to let our people see what they're signing. A lot of them don't know what they're signing. If you, based on everything that I've heard so far, if you have a 5-acre plot and you said to your grandmother, it's in your family for decades, the piece of land there, it just passed down to you and you have it. And you have like a boardhouse on it. The government come in by your 5-acre piece of plot. And the government say, okay, we build you a concrete structure. And you dead 2 weeks later. You mean to tell me that the government are going to take the 5 acres now along with the concrete structure? And what up to your family? And what I'm telling you came out of the mouth of the Minister of Local Government, Minister Desmond McKenzie. I hope that this Saturday we can explore that topic more than we're doing it now, because we're just glossing over things. But that program, I mean, no, man, when you talk about evil, when you talk about uncaring, you look them up in the dictionary, you're supposed to say social indigent housing program, Jamaica. That's what you're supposed to say. And then the Prime Minister have the nerve to come talk about, well, people are spread rumors, and him start compare some programs where the PNP did have, when Christopher Columbus, before Christopher Columbus come out Jamaica. Well, it's nonsense. People, me no want to hear about what the PNP did or the PNP didn't do. What we're supposed to focus on, we're supposed to focus on what this government is doing and not doing. Because remember, whatever the failures were under the PNP administration, the Prime Minister said in 2016, I am going to correct them. And when he said that, he meant within 5 years, because you don't campaign for election and re-election and re-election and re-election at the same time. You campaign for a 5-year period, one term, because you don't know what's going to happen. And so the idea of comparing the JLP to the PNP, that argument is dead. It was dead when the voters voted in 2016 and said, listen, we believe that there were problems under the PNP and you can fix the problems. And based on what you have told us, we're going to give you a chance. I remember 2016, he make all kinds of promises. 2020 came around, promises unfulfilled, but people still say, you know what, give him another chance. And him get the chance. And you see what him do too now. See what him do too now. People, more things we have to talk about. Jamaica is content rich. Remember that, people. I thought when I started this program, I'd have to go look and develop sources. And not that I haven't done that, but I haven't done it to the extent that I thought I would or I should. You know why? Because Jamaica is content rich. You don't have to look anywhere. It just come to you. Just come to you. And the journalists in Jamaica, not all of them, but as a group, they're woefully inadequate and unprepared. If you don't believe me, listen to the today they may have post cabinet briefing. Just listen to the questions where them ask the people at the podium. Pure softballs, pure bat up and catch questions. Them now ask them no questions where I throw them on the ropes. And we in the diaspora are carry the heavy lifting as far as asking questions and hold government accountable, or at least attempting to hold government accountable. And we ask them how many of them ever file an ATI. Ask them. Ask them how many of them ever ask a question when my minister go, I feel stagger. Ask them. The icon you see in bold start talk out now for money. Now if I tell the icon, say God help those who help themselves. The icon never help himself when he had a chance to in the beginning. What he did was get a group, get a law firm, and they issued a demand letter to SSL saying that if we don't get the money within 10 days, hell and powder house. That at October 2022. So we're there now. February 2025. Money not come. The one thing we learned we learn a whole lot of things at the FBI, but one of the things they taught me in the academy was when you take out that gun of yours, you go and fire it. And in the FBI, one sure way of being fired is if there's a shooting and you go say, I fired a warning shot. We're not allowed to fire a warning shot. You shoot to kill. It's as simple as that. So they go through a rigorous process of training you to make good decisions. So when you take out that weapon, you know you're going to fire it. There's no alternative. And them say you can't take it out and put it back. When you take it out, you're going to fire it. To do what? To disable. Them not say shoot to kill. Them say disable the threat. That's what them say. You disable the threat. Now when you come out now, out of the gates, like how the icon came out with his law firm and said, we are going to fight, we are going 10 days and if we don't get your money, legal action, blah, blah, blah. And 2 years later, no legal action. The people must think that a joke, man. But tell the icon on Jeffrey Tavares program and several other programs, I say, icon, call me if you want your money. Or if you want to go, people go prison, call me. Out of there, what is it, 12.75 million? He may have a little over $12,000 left. I say, give me the $12,000. Come sit down with me and consult with me. Bring the 12,000 when you come. More than that, but for my time, but yeah, the icon. So you bring that, come and we can talk about a retainer after. But I'm going to give you some advice. And then if you decide for retainer, I'm going to show you how we'll get back your money, how we'll put people in a prison. The icon not call me. Icon same liars, them can't do it. And if me come out now and say, well, you never want to cause any problems for Jamaica. Icon, why you think like that? The people who rob your money never think about you. They never think about Jamaica either. You want your money back? Well, Icon, the offer still stands, you know. We still can't get back your money and we still can't put some people in a prison. One of the reasons why the icon will not get him money back without some kind of law enforcement interference or some legal action is because 12.75 million is not easily accessible by most of us. And if it is, when you pay that money, remember, no, the money was paid in, and up to now, we don't know who collect the money and what them do with the money. We just know the money was paid in. But the money was used by somebody. The money was collected, and we can follow the funds. We can follow it. But now for somebody to take 12.75 and push it back into the system to him, he's going to show where that money come from. And that is what we call a clue. That is what we call a lead. You start this up. So nobody going to come out and give him 12.75 and expose themselves. No. Nobody now have $12.75 million sit down at them house. Or most people. Overwhelming majority of people. Them not have that. And the people who have that not going to do it that way either. 12.75 million, I hope money for putting them on a suitcase. So what's going to happen is that you're going to have to go wire transfer those funds. And you're going to have a record. And that's why nobody's going to give him back his money willingly. Nobody's going to give him his money willingly. So Icon, if you hear me, Rattigan is a name. It's not a common name. You can find me easy. Give me a call and we can talk. That is, if you want back your money, if you want to run with the law firm where you have and see if them can get it back, then good luck to you. 2 years plus. And you said it, not even a cent. Not even a cent you get. One last thing I want to talk about before we bring on Dr. Ben and the group. It's so sad when people take advantage of an unfortunate situation. When people seek to profit on the misfortune of others. What am I talking about? It has come to my attention that there are lawyers and there are fake lawyers out there taking money from immigrants who don't have a status. I won't even call them illegal. They're here, they don't have status. And I saw a letter today, $5,000 the person paid. 5,000 US dollars for a letter, and the letter is just, I'm going to put it up on Saturday. And in fact, on Saturday, I'm bringing on not one, but two friends of mine who practice immigration law, and I work with both of them doing immigration. Three of us, you'll have three immigration lawyers this Saturday. And we're going to try and tell you about the pitfalls and how to avoid them. Because a lot of you're so desperate that anybody tell you anything now, you just part with your hard-earned cash. And I'm telling you, that's all that's going to happen. You're going to part with your hard-earned cash. You won't get anything in return. When I say anything in return, them give you a letter. And that letter is just foolishness. So, we don't have no good news to talk about tonight. So, we have to go to Dr. Ben. He might make us feel nice. He might give us some good news, because the news when we have given are not good news, just bad news. But at least it's a news will kind of make you think, analyze some more, and steer you clear of the dangers and the perils. All right? So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, you know him, you love him. The man of the hour, the man with the power, the man too sweet to be sour, Dr. Ben.
Well, Ratty, good night, everyone. It's good to be here again. But there is just so much information that I enjoy listening. When you come on, there's almost so much to comment about. This show is just so educational, because you spoke about so much that it really, some people are so busy and they're not able to pay attention to the things that matters. And just from your prelude, it really gives us an idea as to what is happening, because even what you just even spoke about with the lawyers, fear creates allow so many persons not to think irrational. So fear creates a lot of irrationality, and amidst that irrationality, there's so much exploitation and so much desperation, as one person just put it. And so it's good to bring that to the forefront. But even another good point that you make is Jamaica is famous for 9-day talk. And through this show, a lot of what persons would wish would become 9 days talk. Your show gives more life to it, gives longer life to it, and that is so important, because over the years, that is one of the reasons why people have gotten away with so much. A lot of things have been said, and a lot of case, gets headline, gets so much attention, and after 9 days, you hear nothing about it, and it becomes like the norm. There are so many scandals that we hear nothing about. I mean, from inquiries to scandals, nothing becomes of them, and it's almost the norm. And the sad thing about it too is that a lot of these, I remember the inquiries, a lot of money was spent on those inquiries. A lot of these, so when it's not an inquiry, when money is spent, it's actually some form of corrupt activity, where the Jamaican people are fleeced out of millions of dollars, and nobody is held accountable and nothing comes out of it. So just want to, lift my hat to you for keeping a lot of these issues in the forefront, so that they are immortalized and kept alive in the media space. Because, and this is, by the way, this is, I don't know if one of the time you can get, our journalists are sold out, but a lot of the time what you are doing is really what journalism is about. A lot of these things are the responsibility of journalists to bring to the forefront, bring to the public, and to keep alive these issues. But somehow it seems as if maybe these media houses are under control, or I don't know what, but they're just not, these issues are just not dealt with, and they're not followed up upon. They're not followed upon. And so I would say, not just the government, but I believe that a lot of the media houses and a lot of the media personalities contribute, because they are the ones that are supposed to be keeping alive and helping to demand accountability. And it's just not happening. So it's good to see that there's a show like this that continues to demand accountability and keep persons accountable. Like, for example, Usain Bolt, you just mentioned, is one of them. Um, you know, and for the most part, it has lost a lot of its attention. I mean, when you're in Jamaica and you go to the bank, for example, to open an account or to do any type of transaction that requires investment or something like that, the amount of documents that they ask you for, even to take your own money, the amount of information they ask you for, I want to know, how is it possible for money to be missing? It wasn't physical cash. This is money that had to leave one account to another account. How is it so difficult that somebody can't be held accountable? I mean, somebody had to give their signature. Somebody had to give some amount of satisfiable information to get that money. So how is it that nobody can't be held? I can't understand that. I just can't understand that. So it's amazing how people get away with these things. For example, guns are seized, and somebody would have to be held accountable for that goods or that transaction, and somehow it seems that they can't hold anybody accountable. I don't understand how that works.
Yeah, see what happened with you saying is that him wait too long because him figure, well, because he's well known and he's beloved, that they would have just take care and give him back him money. But what him should have realized is that thief not really care who them thief from. Them just take at that tight, because greed don't know no boundaries. You just have to just take, and that's it. And so instead of him saying, all right, you know what, let me surround myself with a good team of people who can go after these people, because not go after Jamaica, and that's a mistake he makes. And
But as I said, why is it that no names can be called? Is it, how did the money move? Is there a way to do it? I can't understand. How did the money move? Where did the money go? If you invested this money, where did it go? Who signed? I can't understand that. That's what I can't understand. Somebody had to sign. Somebody had to put their signature. Why is it that no names can be called? It's even to try to shame somebody. No names can be called. I'm seeing a lady in a wheelchair. That's the only person I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's a joke. Look, if you think about it, right? They had CTAC involved. You had Kroll out of England involved, a private investigative firm. You have the Financial Investigative Division involved. Believe you had Mocha involved. And you have the FBI involved, according to Minister Clark. And you mean to tell me up to now them can't solve this? This isn't that. They left the FBI involved. And we are talking 2022. It's not the FBI that I was a part of. Because this is just easy stuff. Because like you said, there's a record. Usain Bolt never take $12.75 million or whatever it was that him invested with them. He never take it in a suitcase and cargo.
Right.
He never take it in a suitcase and cargo. It was a transaction.
Exactly my point.
To record it. And then when them get it, whatever they did with it, there was a transaction recorded as well. Exactly. So we know who take the money. And then you proceed from there. So I don't know why. And then also, some of this money, this wire transaction, it touched the U.S. banking system, and thereby giving the FBI and other U.S. agents jurisdiction. Right. So they would have come in and say, okay, fine, we could just look at everybody. Somebody blame me, I mean, never watch a show to my brethren. Patrick, he might blame me. Come say, I'm me, go tell them man, them say, hey, when the FBI come, they might look at everything. And they can't point them in our direction. I say, just look over here. And them say, when the minister here that and other people here that them say, no, we can't make them people come here. Because them come here, we could have gone to prison too. So them just say, no. I'm talking about FBI on the ground. That's foolishness. Them have The FBI office that covers Jamaica is actually located in the Dominican Republic. That's where the guy who runs that region, or the girl who runs the region. That's
Okay.
where, and Jamaica is like a satellite office. So if you have anybody as one person, maximum two, they might have a office assistant there, right, and one agent. But he gave the impression that you're gonna have dozens of FBI agents come down and them are gonna just map out this thing and get to the bottom of it along with Cruel, CTAC, FID, MOCA, all that foolishness, nonsense. Don't bite, all hype. So again, Icon, Medea, give me a call. You invest 12.75 million, them let you with 12,000. Bring the 12,000 come and we can.
That's what's left. That's what's left of the investment. $12,000.
12,000 left inside.
Oh my gosh.
12,000. Put the account at 12.7. That 12.75. 12, yeah, it had $12.75 million. And when him get the account, when the story broke, he had $12,047.65 in the account. So you don't need to bring the 47 and the 65. Just bring the 12 grand come and make we talk business, because you need to get back your money. So listen, you have your team here with you now. I just want you to introduce.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Big up Chris. Big up Sean.
Okay.
And by the way, I'm in Florida now. So it's good to be here. Nice weather here, by the way. Nice weather, man.
There's something. Not call no name. But we know people in the medical business, who are your link up in the Bronx, them are run to and get stuff, That's why you know.
Okay. Yeah, man. That's good news to know,
And
man.
that's
That's good
happened
news
this
to know.
week. Man, go up to go buy a whole heap of buckler things,
Yeah, man.
Grapevine. So
Yes, man. That's good to know. That's good to know. What we want to do is we want to serve people that needs the service, because and again, we're not knocking Western medicine. It has its place, but so too does natural medicine. So
Right.
we want to see that marriage, and we want to see persons having access
Right.
to the raw material.
Hey, we could just big up Chris. No, Sean, you're back from Cuba. So you're settling.
You're muted, Sean. I think you're muted.
Yes, good night. Back
All
from
right,
Cuba.
good.
Cuba has a lot of herbs. Cuba have a lot of herbs that we might be able to contribute to the system. But it's good to be back in a good internet connection. Good to be back on this side of the Caribbean Sea. As Dr. Ben said, he's probably about 3 hours from me now. But it's wonderful weather. We're pushing about 81, 82 degrees.
Come on, man. You hurt me now, man, because I was out shoveling snow.
Oh my gosh.
So sorry. It's your fault for being there, right, Chris? It's your fault.
Chris is in the snow too, man.
Yeah, Chris, get to mine.
You know what? Next topic. Next topic.
Yeah, man. But it's good to be here. I want to welcome you guys for being on. Tonight, we last week I met a lot of persons in the street that spoke about last week. No, not last week. The week before. That they loved it they loved the last show that we had. A lot of persons I met in the street that said, "Man, the show last week was on fire. And I know that
was it the men's edition or the women's edition?
The men's edition.
Oh, okay. But something that's funny, you mentioned it. It was mostly women who asked the questions.
Yeah, but a lot of men were listening.
Oh,
listen, the women are protecting their own interests in it. Yeah, that's that.
A lot of men.
You want to make sure so the engine of fire and all cylinders.
Mm-hmm. And as you talk about that, I one of the things that because I have some herbs to look on tonight. But one of the things that I really enjoy doing, even today yesterday I was out and I was looking at some herbs because one of the things that I really enjoy doing is just going into different neighborhoods, going into different areas, and seeing what herbs are available, where, and just to look at it. And there's a series that I used to do on Sundays. Hopefully, the 3rd of May, I want to start that out because so many people have so many medicinal herbs in their yards, so many medicinal herbs in their space, and they don't know that it's medicinal. And so I started doing that again next week Sunday. Sorry, first Sunday in March. We're gonna be sharing that. And so last week I was in Lilliput, and it was interesting because a lot of the herbs in Lilliput, that's in Montego Bay, are so even though Jamaica has micro climates and different types of soil structures. And so everywhere that you go, you're gonna notice that the plants that keep on um, keeps on showing itself more often, repeating itself. That's the word. The plants that keeps repeating themselves. The profile is very different from those in St. Thomas or in Portland, and so I'm going to be showcasing that. I'm going to be showcasing a herb walk. So there's a herb walk that we do where we highlight the different plants and we talk about the medicinal benefits, and it gives you insights as to what are the ailments in a particular area. And so come the 3rd of March, we're gonna be starting that up, and we're gonna be looking at those herbs, and it gives us a lot of insights. If you have anybody in Lilliput, um, it would be good to get them to come on because, as I say, a lot of times the medicines are right there. And I remember when I was doing the video, I met a gentleman. I think he's from somewhere in the States, and we were looking at a particular plant that when you're coming into Montego Bay, from your reach St. Anne, this plant grows wild on both sides of the roads coming down. That's a plant that has been known to be effective for diabetes. And so we saw a lot of plants in the Lilliput area because in Lilliput, for example, Lilliput has a lot of stones and a lot of rocks. And so the plants that grow there are very different from the ones in St. Thomas and Portland because where I'm at in St. Thomas and Portland, funny enough, there's not a lot of rocks, a lot of stones in the soil. So it was very interesting. So I want to start. We want to start doing that feature again because it helps persons to be able to know what they have around them and what is available. So that's something that we want to look, we want to go into. And a lot of persons love the idea that in the last show that we had, we actually had samples of the herbs that they could see and possibly identify that is in their space. So it was very good. And so we want to do that. And then we have this event that's coming up that I really really think persons should take advantage of. It's the COVID-19 Injury Recovery Weekend, and the dates are there. Um, it's a very very uh, big opportunity for persons to come and to just immerse themselves into a natural setting. It's not just the herbs and the medicine, but it's actually what we call eco village. So there's just so much there to learn. Have you ever slept in an earth bag house, Ratty?
I don't even know what that is.
That's a house that's made from earth, dirt.
No, Sam, I don't know about board house.
Oh man, that's you ever sleep in one at Sean or Chris? Yeah, man. So
Well,
if you come
sleeping
to
bag
on
on
the sleeping
earth
bags,
under the sun. I've dug a snow hole, but no, I can't say just dirt alone. No,
yeah. So so
I'm not
the, so
sure
the
why.
whole the houses in there are made of eco-friendly material. They're made of earth. So they're earth bags that they use to build the houses, and I mean it's therapeutic. to stay in one of those. You know, one of the days we're going to talk about just earthing and how important the earth is and the healing qualities and the properties of the earth. Just just because some of the persons that we have become so detached from nature, for example. When I say walk barefoot, Ratty,
You mean outdoors, right?
yeah, decades, yeah, and that's something that is so beneficial because our bodies are, especially our bodies have so much static, our bodies have so much toxins in them, and there's a reason why when you walk on the earth, it really is healing and therapeutic. So those are just some of the experiences that persons will have, when they come to that COVID-19 injury recovery weekend.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
The producer out here just put up something saying, just as a reminder, saying Valentine's Day is coming up, and I say, looking here in the and I say a whole bunch of herbs up here that just said you going to talk about all of these herbs. So talk to us about what's so special about herbs on Valentine's Day. Why you think that we should have
Blink. What's the connection? Let me ask Sean first.
Well, I would definitely say for Valentine's, some people hope to give some, and some people hope to get some, and everybody better be prepared.
for some?
For some.
Yeah. When we think about Valentine's Day, it's we think about romantic, and it's a romantic experience, a romantic setting, and once you get into a romantic setting, you know what it leads to. And so if it is that persons have certain dysfunctional body parts, it will not allow persons to take the full advantage of that romantic experience or that romantic setting. And so a lot of persons, funny enough, for some persons, it may not be a pleasant time or a pleasant experience because like when you're going to school and you're late and so you're gonna get beaten and you feel cramp, your belly bottom cramp and all or something because you're expected to be at school. Some persons know what is a natural experience on Valentine's Day, and when you're in a disadvantageous position, for some it's embarrassing. For some persons, it is dread. So for a lot of persons, Valentine's is not a good experience when they're not able to take full advantage of what is expected.
You know what, Dr. Ben, Mr. Chris lean back like him have a lot for saying it. Like him doesn't take it in like him. Chris, what you want to say?
100%. But that's at least
The kids,
a lot of women also, that is the Valentine gifts that they important to us. So to add to it, we need to do our part.
When you say about Darrett, look what Darrett said. Darrett said she don't want no herbs, but Darrett, I think the herbs was for people who wanted it. But you say I don't want no herbs. I want chocolate, Bailey's cream, and mudslide.
Well, chocolate is
diarrhea. Them sort of that chocolate, Bailey's, and mudslide.
But chocolate is a good mood builder.
I'm more concerned with the Baileys and the mudslide together.
Yeah, all them something that good can be good mood builders,
And or diuretics.
Yeah.
You can't smell the roses if your nose is not working, all right, Dr. Ben?
Right.
The kids, that's for the kids. We have to smooth it over for the kids. It could be kids watching. Kids being made.
But why? What I'm trying to get at is, why would it seems to me as if Valentine's Day should be every day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're going to make it a special day, what is it that you're going to do that's special, different than the other days? And for somebody who doesn't take herbs, what would that mean to that person? If you want to introduce them to a herb and say, herb that you have to use for Valentine, or I suggest you using it, what would it be?
I mean, for some, if you want to introduce somebody to a herb, a good herb would be like uh, a chini root. A herb that would give you energy. A herb that would give you energy. That would allow you to want to party or want to you know because as I said, Valentine's for many people is a
But Dr.
romantic.
Ben, how long for the most effective use? How long prior should they be start taking it? Because some people are going to try to take it on the morning after them.
Yeah, man, that's the best time from in the morning. Yeah, from in the morning you want to take it. But as I said, Valentine's Day is really as Ratty said, every day should be Valentine's Day, but unfortunately, it's not. And it's not because of work. It's not because of other distractions. So basically, you just say, okay, you're gonna make the effort to spend time. So normally, I mean, everybody wants to spend time, but they're just not able to. So on this day, you basically say that you're gonna put out even more effort to spend some meaningful time with your significant other, and so because of that, as I said, it can lead to it's a romantic focus. It's a focus on intimacy, and so because of that, for some persons, it might not be a pleasant experience if you know that. Because, for example, a person may not be able to perform. A person may not be able to do, and they can say, "Oh, they can escape." And say, "Oh, I have work to do. I have this to do." I mean, many people work is their escape. Being busy is their escape. But guess what happened? Now you're being cornered because there's an expectation that you should make the time. And now that you have to make the time, it means that there are other expectations. And so it may be a very embarrassing experience. And so it means, therefore, that persons are going to need help. Persons are going to need as much support as they can in order to meet those expectations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but have you ever thought of it like a dependence? Like you say,
Mm.
well, I really don't, like some people say, I don't want after I take this medication every day. I don't want after I do this every day. You find that taking these kinds of herbs would lead to dependence because if let's say your engine of fire at 50%,
Mm-hmm.
and Valentine's Day is 100. No, the passenger in the car they might say, well, keep going at 100 every day, every time step on the highway. Why we are
Well,
going?
the thing is, um, herb no herb should never be used in that way. It's like, think about, eating is a part of our lifestyle, right?
Right.
So we eat, it's a part of our lifestyle. In the same way, being healthy should be seen as a lifestyle, not as an event. So many people see herbs as an aid for an event, and for them is not a lifestyle. And herbs should never be looked at in that way, because then it can be dangerous. Because what persons may have to do is that they may want to take a significantly high amount in order to meet that event. When herbs wasn't designed to be that way. It's designed to be a lifestyle. And so we find that a lot of people are like that. I said the persons, once you reach a certain age, and this is how I tell persons for them to understand. Once you reach a certain age, you are now in a declining stage of your life. And so because you're in a declining stage, you shouldn't wait until necessarily there's signs of the decline for you to say, "Oh, I need to start doing this or I need to start doing that." You should. The understanding is that once you're in a declining age of your life, you now need to increase and pay attention to certain things that you never used to do, because it is that stage of life that you are in.
You know what? I see you have a bunch of herbs here. You want to talk about them?
All right. So tonight, as I was saying to Chris, we decided to talk about, for example, because one of the issue that we find that, and I decided to talk about that because when persons come to see us, there are certain conditions that we see being more prevalent than others. And one of them is the state of your kidney. And your kidney, so happens to be a part of your urinary tract system, which is also a part of the reproductive system. So by extension, a part of the reproductive system. And so a lot of the herbs that we have tonight are herbs that address the urinary tract system because a lot of people have issues as it relates to their urinary tract system. Stuff like kidney stones, stuff like kidney cysts, and so on and so forth. So I wanted to just feature some of them. So you can put up anyone, OT, anyone.
Yeah, before what you put it up, I just want to highlight Dorot's statement. She said, "My engine wants some new parts. 54 years, this engine want polish up."
54 years. I don't think it's 54 years unless you're in the 90s. So I would say that maybe about 14 years ago, when you touch your 40s, about 14 years ago, your parts needed polishing. The parts needed polishing. And so a lot of times we ignore the body. And so some of the herbs that I wanted to talk about are herbs that
OT,
help with
now I was telling OT to put up
put up any one of them. All right. So this is, I'm going to ask if there's anybody that's watching. Anybody know this herb? Anybody know this herb? Elaine? Darrett? Morris? Queenie? Or Queen Breezy? So I'm not telling the name of this herb yet, but this is a herb that is very good for the urinary tract system. In nature, this is a herb that's also very good for the skin. It's used a lot for the skin because one of the many qualities that just look like bush. How that? Elaine says just look like bush. How does bush look? I don't know. How does bush look? Darren said not sure. Darren said whiz. So it's good because if you try, let me see who else is there. I want you to try and guess and tell me what herb. Joe Blogs, Cynthia Newman, call out some people. Don James, come on, tell me what type of. I want to say if you left Jamaica a long time, if you guys forget all of these herbs that sometimes grandma used to send them to go pick. Megawatt volt. So I'm talking about the herbs, but SSL, SSL say, put up SSL thing on the screen.
Yes, SSL say quack quack.
Quack quack. All right. Me know SSL. No. Me know what she wants, what they want to say, but that's not the name. That's not the name.
Oh,
but
Missy say quack bush.
Guaco. All right. Missy Brown. All right. Good. So yeah, this is the famous guaco. It's in Mexico and so on, some parts of the world. It's called guaco. But here in Jamaica, we call it quaco. All right? Oh, that they go say my Englishman don't know a bush. Well, give thanks for reads come reads with Rattigan because that's what the purpose. One must learn if you know the herbs. All right? So if you ever, when you come to Jamaica again and you see this herb, then you will know that it is the famous guaco. And as I said, as of next week, the first Sunday in March, I'm going to send it out. If you subscribe to our channel, you'll see it. But as of the first Sunday in March, we're going to be doing a live where we're going to take you through and teach you these herbs. One of the videos that we're going to do is to teach you how to identify the herb because it's important to know them. So this is the famous guaco. And when you're in nature and you see guaco, it's a covering herb, right? So it grows and it covers other herbs. And the reason why it does that is because it's acting as a skin in nature. So it grows over other plants because it's covering them. It provides coverage in the wild. And that coverage that it's providing is synonymous to something like a skin, because that's what our skin does. Our skin provides coverage for us. And so Darriet says, I have it. Then Darriet, whenever I tell me what the herb name, Darriet says she have it in the back of her yard. So yeah, this is the famous guaco. And so one of the most prevalent use of this herb is its usage for the skin. All right. And the reason why it helps the skin so much is because it purifies the blood. It's very high in iron, but it also helps to purify the kidney. So persons, it's a diuretic. So if you taste it, it tastes salty. It's salty in nature. And so what it does is that it helps to purify the blood. It helps to clean the blood, and by extension, it helps to support the kidney. It's also high in potassium, high in iron. It's one of those herbs that traditionally, what we would do is that we would go on fasting, and we would make a tea from it, and we would just, instead of drinking water during the fasting, we would drink it, and it helps to get rid of like skin blemishes, and helps to get rid of like kidney stones as well. So this is a wonderful herb for persons who are having, that has been used. I have to be careful because I heard you talk about the strike that you got against your channel. So we want to talk about the historical uses of these plants, but not necessarily tell people to go and use them, because that will give you a strike. That will give you a strike. So what we want to talk about is historical use of guaco, how it has been used in traditional medicine. It has been used traditionally for helping to purify the blood, helping to clean the kidney, and helping with conditions where people have water, even fluid retention, because it's very high in potassium. So persons used to take it, or they traditionally use it to help with like even water retention.
Let me ask you a question. How would you prepare something like this? Would you just take the leaves and make a tea? And how many leaves would you put? And how much water would you use? And do you sweeten it, or you just drink it straight?
All right. So traditionally, how it was used was that you would traditionally they would use the leaves, and they would dry it. That's very important, because one of the things about plants is that plants have among the many chemicals constituents of a plant are a set of constituents called alkaloids, and alkaloids can negatively affect the liver. All right, can negatively affect the liver, because alkaloids, the body sometimes, and some alkaloids are many different types of alkaloids, and there are some alkaloids that the body can deal with and so that the body can't deal with, and those that are very difficult for the body to get out will damage the liver. And so the first thing that that used to be done is that they used to make sure that it is dry. All right, so you want to dry it, and you don't want to dry it in a cold. You want to dry it in a heat, because if it's dried in a cold setting, it's gonna breed mold, which can hurt you. So you want to put it in put it somewhere where it can be aerated to prevent moisture buildup, but put it where it can dry. And when it's dried, typically what used to be done is, because some people ask, dosage, they would now blend it, right, Chris? They would blend it in a blender, dry to a powder, so that you can get a dosage. And then the standard dosage is 1 teaspoon of the herb to about 1 cup of boiling water, and you would take that 1 to 3 times per day. 1 to 3 times per day. So that's basically like the standards of taking herbs. That may vary depending on the weight of the person, because it has to be factored in. Because the person's weight would also mean that there's a certain volume of fluid in the person's body, and so you have to be careful. There's a delicate balance in terms of the fluid in the person and the fluid that the person is taking, because that now can affect the person. But because they're using standards, the standard is 1 teaspoon to 1 cup boiling water.
And as regarding the question, the point that Sir Rattigan had made in terms of do you sweeten it or not? I mean, ideally, if you can manage to drink any of these herbs without sweeteners, it's fine.
Mm.
But if you need to add sweeteners, the sweeteners are usually there to make things more palatable. All
Right.
right.
Yes, palatability.
Yeah.
And
So that,
and what I would say is that it's better to take it warm. If you're not taking it warm, it's also better to add another herb that would improve how the body takes it in. So like a ginger, adding some ginger to it would be ideal, because that would help in the absorption of it. But that was how this herb was typically used.
Before we move to the next herb, there's a question facing you there. What is your
Mhm.
advice on taking CBD products?
Well, my advice is first of all, talk to your healthcare provider. Never do anything without talking to your healthcare provider, because I'm going to assume that your healthcare provider would be the person that has been tasked with the responsibility of being acquainted with the needs of your body. So that's the first thing you want to do. Now, with that being said, CBD products are extremely helpful, or can be extremely helpful, in terms of how you take it, in terms of what form you take it, whether smoke it, or whether you take it as a tincture, or whether you take it as an oil, or whether you take it externally, or whether you take it in some form of edible food. That's also determined based on the need that you have. So depending on the need that you have, that determines the best way to take it. But CBD products can be very helpful, and there's a lot of studies out there that talk about the benefits of CBD products as it relates to managing stress that you may be going through. So for persons who have certain conditions in which they need to rest and relax, or they need to deal with stress, CBD can be a very good product in helping with that, in terms of helping persons with a number of uh, psychological or mental issues. CBD can be a good product. So I mean, overall, it can improve your health, but it's best to talk to your healthcare provider for them to guide you as to how to use it, as well as the dosage. Because what I said to the person, anything that can help you can hurt you. So with all of what the good things that I'm saying, it can have a negative. So one point in cases, a lady who we spoke to, when was it, last week? She called me just when I was coming up. So she called me on Friday to tell me about some products that we had, shared with her about. And she took it, and she said, she come like you, Ratty. She said she not sleep. And she said, what's the strongest thing you know out there that can help with that? And I told her about the CBD. And she took the recommended dose, and nothing happened. And she doubled it. Nothing happened. And because she's in the States, when she was coming up, she left it with her cousin. And her cousin took a small amount. And she said, man, listen to me. She sleeps, she sleeps, she sleeps, she sleeps, she sleeps until. So everybody's body is different. And, it works differently. But as other persons, always start small and then increase it
especially
as
when you're
well.
talking about like edibles and so forth, because a lot of times when people are accustomed to like say smoking marijuana, and it's just a much more easier process to gauge the high coming in. You will take an edible gummy and nothing, nothing. And then it's like the bridges of Babylon just get well one time, sledgehammer.
Hmm.
You weren't if you're not planned for that, it a go plan for you. You understand? So
Right.
it starts small, dosages, because it is a thin line between feeling nice
Right.
being written off, you know?
Yeah. And there was another student that I had this week. I was talking to from in our group, Sean, and she was talking about a herb. I don't remember what herb it was, but she told me that she went into her garden and she found this plant, and she ate a small piece like what she see me always doing. She ate a small piece, and then nothing happened. So she went and got a bigger piece and made a salad. And she told me, "Say, man, after she finished eating it, she had to nearly go to the doctor." And I said, "Which plant?" I said, "Which plant was that?" So when she sent it to me, it was a plant from the milk thistle family. And she ate it. I said, so I was telling her about it, how to eat plant. And so one of the worst thing to do is to eat it like if it has flour. And she said, "Yeah, man, we have flour up." So I'm saying that you ate the plant when it was not a food, it was a medicine. Because plants, like us, plants are so fascinating. They are just like us. You can see a person who before they hit puberty, because all of us before we hit puberty, all the hormones that is responsible for the facial hair and all the features of puberty were inside our bodies before we hit puberty. But when we hit puberty, what happens now is there start to be pronounced in high levels. And so, that's basically how plants are. So before plants reach a certain age, because for us, puberty means that we can, in the case of boys, we can impregnate a girl, and in the case of girls, they can now get pregnant. When plants hit puberty, what happens is that they are now able to produce flowers, because what are flowers? Flowers are the sexual reproductive part of the plant. So plants are mostly food before they hit puberty. But after they hit puberty, there are more medicines. So we are so much alike. And just like how there are signs that we hit puberty, there are signs in the plant that the plant hit puberty. And so, there's a time when the plant is a food and there's a time when it's a medicine. So all that knowledge, as I said, our ancestors had, but we have lost that knowledge. So we don't know when a plant is more of a food and when it's a medicine. Like, for example, the CBD, marijuana, the part of the plant that is smoked. Because you have female marijuana plant, and we have male marijuana plants, and we have hermaphrodite marijuana plants. So the person who is in the business of growing marijuana, what they want is uh, they want the female marijuana. I think I have it right. When it flowers, basically that's what they want. So the part that we smoke and the part that we use, the part that has all that resin, is the buds. It's not the leaves. It's the buds. And so persons who grow marijuana painstakingly watch those plants to remove the hermaphrodites, and they keep the female plants, because that's what they're gonna keep on getting their cuts from, to keep on planting. So it's very fascinating when we understand plants and understand how they work, because there's just so much in them. So, somebody says start low and go slow. So I tell persons, definitely start low and go slow. But one of the point I want to make is, like, what I've started to do now is I do a lot of um, iced teas. So on a Sunday, what I've started doing is I'll get my herbs, all my different herbs, and I brew them into a tea. And then after brewing them into a tea, like when I was over by Chris's house, Chris has some bottles that in boiling water and put it in. Remember those bottles, Chris?
Yeah.
Yeah. So those bottles, I brew my tea, and I get them, and throughout the week I just drink them. So if you're in your 40s, don't wait until your health starts to show a sign of decline. Just get your herbs. You don't have to drink them as a tea. You can drink them as a drink. You can make all the amount that you need for the week, keep them in your bottle, and then you just drink like a cup of them throughout the week. Because that's what, when you think about it, that's our ancestors, when they had breakfast, it was with a cup of herbs, a cup of this herbs, a cup of that herbs, a cup of this herb, a cup of that herbs. And so this is how they infuse herbs into their lifestyle. Now, we buy artificial drinks. And when we're eating, we have artificial drinks. No, we can replace those artificial drinks, getting those bottles and making our teas and then consuming that throughout the week. So that's what I actually recommend.
Sean, we haven't heard from you in a while.
Sean?
Yes.
You have anything to add? We haven't heard from you in a while.
Oh, you guys miss me? Well, I do a lot of the same. You know, make your herbs on a weekly basis. Keep them stored in your closet as teas that you need. You know, iced tea is one of my favorite things too. That's the only thing I could really add. You know,
Why wouldn't you store it? Why wouldn't you start to interrupt? Why wouldn't you store it in your fridge? I just said store it in your closet.
Cold. I like it cold. I like it cold, like as an iced tea. You know, the simplest one.
Yeah. I think no, Sean. I think what Sir Rattigan is saying is that in your explanation, you said keep it in your closet. I think that is a figure of speech.
No,
He's trying to ascertain if that's a figure of speech or that's what you do versus keeping it in the fridge.
Me, I keep it in the fridge.
Okay.
You know. Did I understand the question?
Yeah.
So you make it into a tea and then you keep it in the fridge.
Oh yeah, I make it into a tea and keep it in the fridge.
Yeah. And also another way you can do these things to infuse on a daily basis, tinctures and extracts.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not. While I'm not gonna go on to say necessarily compare a cup of the tea that you made and store it versus the extract or the tincture, but because the tincture and the extract, it's so, even though it's concentrated,
Potent.
it's very potent. But what it allows you is that it allows you to carry it like a female carry it in her bag.
Convenience.
As a man, you might have a little pouch that you carry in your bag with your toiletries, a toothbrush, whatnot. You just have it in there, convenience. So you're having lunch, you can add it to it right there and then. You're having dinner, you can, it's just much, because a lot of the things that are good for us, let's not go around the fact that there's a certain methodology in terms of preparation. And a lot of persons don't want either know how to do it or two, haven't carved out the time to do it as yet. I don't want to say to throw anybody under the bus because I know life is life in. We know it because sometimes we don't even have time to wipe the sweat off of your brow, off of your
Right?
face, So the life is life in. So extracts, tinctures, making it on a Sunday, it's like a meal prep then.
Yeah.
Think of it as a meal
Or
prep.
for me, if you drink a little shot of whatever you drink, a little white rum for me, we could put it in there.
Yeah.
And we also have to take into consideration for the persons who, based on their work obligations and whatever they have to take. So, for example, there are many benefits of CBD, but somebody might be working with MTA, and they can't take that.
Right.
So you have to. There are always alternatives to these things too.
I think, Dr. Ben, correct me if I'm wrong, it's important not to confuse CBD with THC, right?
Yeah. Yeah, because so there are basically two major among the many ingredients in plant. There's two major. There's a THC, which is those set of cannabinoids that give you a high. They are psychedelics, and then you have the CBD, which is more therapeutic. So you have in marijuana, you have some marijuana that are grown as sativas, which that are more relaxing, So there's the sativas, and then there is the
Indica.
indicas. And the indica give you a high, and the sativas are more relaxing. So what we focus on because we focus on therapeutics is the CBD, but for the person who wants a high, it's the THC, and so we want those herbs that are higher in CBD rather than THC, and then there are the persons who use it recreationally who are looking for a higher THC content.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Producer, put up the next herb, please.
All right. So there's another herb that again I want to see if there's anybody on the show that knows this herb.
Yeah.
You know this one, Ratty?
No, me a call pan Elaine, me a call pan Vivine, me a call pan Dan, me a call pan Megawatt, me a call pan Cynthia, me a call pan Darrett, Morris, all of you, Missy Bram.
Yeah.
This is a more popular one. Even if they don't get the name 100 correct, a lot of people gonna get the first one.
Yeah, and this is a herb that is seen a lot in many yards, and it's used for let's see, kidney issues such as kidney stones. It is maybe one of the most noted herbs throughout the world for its use as it relates to getting rid of kidney stone.
Joe Black says shame old lady.
Shame old lady. All right, Joe Black, you're very close, but that's not it. But
Wow.
it's
Sean
very
said Mountain
close.
Glory.
Huh? Mr.
Sean,
Brown's a rubber plant.
rubber plant.
No, but you're very close. And it's used mostly for kidney stones. That's what it's mostly used for. So persons that have kidney stones, this is a herb that helps with that. And I love this herb because how it works two ways. There are many plants that are good for the kidney stones. But one of the reasons why I love this particular plant is because of how the ingredients work. Now, when you have a kidney stone, there are many herbs that you can take to pass out the kidney stone. But here's the problem. Whenever you shatter a kidney stone, you also increase the likelihood of the stone coming out as very sharp particles. And these sharp particles can in fact slice the urethra. So and it can become painful, and it can cause infection. And so this herb has an ingredient like unlike many other words. So Cynthia says ragweed. No, it's not ragweed. It has an ingredient in it that what it does is that it expands the urethra. So that's one of the reasons why I love it. And because there's another herb we're going to look at that works similar to it in that it helps to shatter the kidney stones. But here's the problem: if you're working with somebody who their kidney stone is big, sometimes it's better not to trouble the kidney stone if you use the wrong herb, because you may actually shatter the kidney stone, and when the kidney stone is coming out, it causes damage because they are sharp. This herb is very beneficial in that it expands the urethra. So not only does it break up the kidney stone, in addition to breaking up the kidney stone, it also expands the urethra to accommodate the safe removal of those stones. So this herb is a herb that you need to know, that you need to pay attention to, and it has been used traditionally, and it is known internationally in almost every part of the world that you go. The name that it is known by suggests that within that culture, it is used to get rid of kidney stones. Some doctors do surgery to remove stone. Yeah, man. But this herb, it's almost as if it was naturally designed to remove kidney stone. If you look on the plant itself, you will see the seeds. The seeds of this herb are found underneath the leaf of the plant. So when you see it growing, it looks like young tamarind trees coming up. But it is when you look underneath the leaves that you're going to see that it's not tamarind. So if you're watching and you see this herb, I'm still looking for persons who can give me an idea. I said, Doc, I don't know all of them, especially living in Jamaica for a while. Don James. All right, Don. So when you come back to Jamaica, one plant have so many names. Whoa. Yeah, man. But I want you to be able to identify this plant. It's in the pea family. It's in the pea family. It's considered to be a peas. And one of the ways, I'm going to tell you the name, but I still want you to try. I want you to try to get the names of it. One of the ways that you know plants that are in the peas family is how the leaves are structured. Any help with eye bags? Eye bags? And I think that's a separate question you're asking, Maurice. All right, Cynthia B, get it. That's one of the common names that it is known by. All right? It's known as chamba bitters in Jamaica, or carry me seed, or seed pan back. But internationally, it is known as chanca piedra, something like palma tree. All right, this is Browns, I never know. So this is actually the they call it chamba bitters because it's actually a bitters. So when you taste it, it's actually a bitters. So it's never heard of that one. Mrs. Sashi never heard. Yeah, man. So please make a note of this herb. This is a herb that if you're making medicine for the kidney, it is one of the herbs that you want to use. And it was traditionally used to get rid of kidney stones. Well, maybe one of the best herbs out there. There are many herbs that can be used that are what we call lithotrophic. Any herb that is used to get rid of kidney stones are called lithotrophic. And there are many lithotrophic herbs out there. But this is maybe one of the best.
Doc, quick question. It's a question that says here that wouldn't expansion of the urethra cause excess urination?
Not necessary. Yeah, because and that is the reason why when you take this herb, you should consume lots of water.
But
And
at the same time, though, but excessive urination is way much better than dealing with shards.
yeah. And that is the reason why you want to take other herbs with it that act as diuretics as well, because once you take this herb and it splinters it begins to shatter the stones, then it is by urinating that you're gonna pass out the stones. By urinating, you're gonna pass out the stones. So you can look it up, Chanca Piedra, and it is world renowned. I mean, world renowned for removing kidney stones. World renowned for removing kidney stones. So, in terms of persons who eat a lot of we call them oxalic acids, which are the major acids that form kidney stones. If you have kidney stones, by the way, you want to stay away from herbs like rhubarb. You want to stay away from vegetables like spinach. All right, you want to stay away from those foods. Any food that has what is called oxalic acid, which is one of the contributing factor to kidney stones. Some kidney stones are the result of the production of too much calcium or the body not, dealing with calcium properly. But this is a good herb to take if you know of anyone that has kidney stones. And traditionally, it was, again, you can just dry it and you can take 1 teaspoon to 1 cup boiling water. If the stones are very big, traditionally how they used to take it is they would take as much as 3 teaspoons to 1 cup. 1 teaspoon to 1 cup boiling water 3 times per day.
And what you do with the seeds?
Everything, you grind up everything. Once you dry it, you grind everything, seed and all. and you would make a tea. It's bitter though, the ratty.
Mm.
Yeah, man, it's bitter, man. So them call it chamba bitter. But when we say good in the man, we see person. I saw a gentleman maybe about 2 weeks ago who came back to our office with a paper. He brought a paper full up with a bunch of stone when pass out. A portion of stone when pass out. I said, boy, that I tell us, boy, the thing work. Me have to come show you what come out of me. He said he couldn't believe the amount of stone him carry, him get the paper and fold and show them. And he said, this is just something. This is just something, the amount when pass out. So I'm telling you that this herb is extremely good. But, you know, you still have to know how to take it. SSL said it almost look like shame old lady. Because almost anywhere you see this plant, you will see shame old lady. Does this plant have thorns? No, it doesn't have any thorns. Doesn't have any thorns on it. So it's thornless. I think maybe Petra, you're talking about the shame old lady, which is one of the herbs that we're also gonna feature tonight. But this herb is very good for or it has been traditionally used for kidney stones.
Let me just say that Morris Williams, I guess, has a question about Usain Bolt and his finances or his financial relationship with SSL. Morris, we're going to open the phone line and then you can ask a question there. All right. We soon open the phone line. We just want to go through the herbs them and then we can open the phone lines. And remember, once the phone line is open, you can ask any question. Any question about herbs, any question about politics, any question about sports, weather, geography, anything you want to ask about. This is a phone program. Ask anything. All right. We have the expertise. If me can answer it, Sean can answer it, Chris can answer it, Dr. Ben can answer it. Somebody out there can, or somebody in the chat, I'm going to give a answer. So ask anything.
Yeah, so these are different types of stone. The ceololites, those are different. Those are tonsil stones, the one that you're talking about. So some people who have bad breath and tonsil issues, those are different types of stones. But and those people who have those tend to have like sinus issues.
There's a question there that said that Kinsley said that a few weeks ago you mentioned a book for herbs. I think it was you and Chris.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I saw it.
Dr. Well, what's your name again?
I saw it. It's Jamaican herbs.
It's Kukwaba. No, that's.
Let me just. It's Jamaican herbs by Kukua. You know what? I can put it in. I can write it down for OT because I'm not trying to bite my tongue tonight.
Yeah, Kukwaba.
Yeah,
Kukwaba.
Kukua Abba. Yeah.
Yeah, she's from Portland, Twina. Just live right up the road from us. And then there is you had another book again.
Yeah, Evelyn. I'm just gonna put it. I'm gonna type it in the chat for OT to put it up.
Yeah, Evelyn just live right up the road from us in Portland as well. So both of those authors are actually just up the road from us in Portland.
Is that a coincidence, or is it that just people from Portland just know herbs more than anybody else in Jamaica?
Well, most of the authors, some of the most famous scientists and authors as it relates to agriculture and plant are from St. Thomas and Portland. So Dr. Manley West is from Boston. Dr. What's his name? T.P. Lecky is from St. Thomas, Portland as well. Something mountain.
But
Blacking.
Sir Rattigan, another thing that a lot of persons overlook too is that them St. Thomas known for Obia, Portland, and you know them type of, because you know there's good and bad to everything. Just like how in Haiti there is voodoo, or they call it hoodoo, depending on who you're speaking to, and it has such a negative connotation. But that's not all there is to it. There's healing components and whatnot. So you find out, especially in places where they held on to there's a strong retention of the African culture, Obia, Kumina, etc., etc.
St. Thomas
These
and
places,
Portland.
Portland and St. Thomas, are very high on that list.
And again, to even among the Maroons, those Maroons that were practitioners of the healing arts were from that part of the island.
Yeah.
This is where the biggest rainforest now in Jamaica is in that part of the island. So
And
when you think about the
I don't think
east,
nothing even comes close, really.
no. The topography and the land formation makes it excellent for certain herbs to thrive. And there are certain herbs that are found in that part of Jamaica that is just not found anywhere else in Jamaica because of the climate and the microclimate there.
You see, Mega get me in that trouble now. Mega come to
Massive Jeff Tan.
Jeff away in other world. And Mega. OT, put up the next herb, please.
Yeah. But these are things though, you know, that as funny as things may sound, you know, in Jamaica, it has such a negative connotation. And I'm telling you, outside of Jamaica, where it's more people more of a more open mind, and I'm willing to do research into the culture and the background. Yeah, I mean, a lot of Christianity, a lot of things from what people do in terms of in the form of Christianity. You'd be surprised how many connections. As I always tell people, we have more in common than we don't in general.
Right.
Yes.
People, take a guess at this herb.
No. I wanted her to because there's another herb that is related to the chunk of Pedra that we just. I wanted to leave this one out. So give me another herb, OT. The Share Me Darling. No, not that one. Not that one. No, not that one. We're gonna talk about this one, but not this one. I think there's one more. I wonder if I sent it to you. I think I sent it to you.
Is it?
Not turmeric.
Not that one. Not the turmeric. It's called Share Me Darling. Oh, that means I didn't send it to you. Then I didn't send it to you. Oh my, I didn't send it to you. If you're repeating it, I didn't send it to you. All right. So the other herb, not that one. So I didn't send it to you, OT. But the other one that I think I'd send it to you was the Chanca Pedra, because the Share Me Darling. The Share Me Darling is also or can also be similarly used like the Chanca Pedra. So it also helps with breaking up traditionally used for breaking up stones. All right. So if you have kidney stones, you can drink the Share Me Darling. That's the one, by the way. I think somebody was asking if it have thorns on it. That's the one that has the thorns on it. All right. That's the one that has the thorns on it. And the root of that plant is actually used also. Has been traditionally used. Some people call it shea maca. Has been traditional. The root has been used for pain to help with pain killing effects. So a person who had a cavity, you basically could just get the root, wash it, and just beat it with the knife handle, and just put it in the teeth, and it helped to stop the pain. But it also is used to help with kidney stones as well. It can get rid of kidney stones. The only challenge with it is that so if the person has small stones, then no problem. But if the person has typically large stones, you can put the person in a lot of pain because it will remove the stones, But guess what happens? If the urethra is not expanded, then the person can be in a lot of pain. So you can add it with the Chanka Piedra. But one of the reasons why the Shea Darling is also good. The root of it now, the root is that it's a powerful aphrodisiac for men who have challenges with erectile dysfunction. That's not a very good herb for that. Just the root, not so much the leaves and so on, but the root of that herb is very good for that. Very good to help with that. All right. So put up any other herb. Then let me see if you can guess which one that one is. All right. So give me another. So this herb, I sent you another picture of it, a close up. This one, right? Good. Now, I don't know if anybody knows this herb, but this herb is extremely good for the kidney. And I don't know if can anybody identify this herb? This herb has a very long history in traditional Chinese medicine. So it's there's nearly no traditional Chinese medicine formula that is made for the kidney, and this herb is not in it. Or somebody said watercress. It's not watercress, but it looks like watercress. Somebody says uva ursa. It's not uva ursa. It's not uva ursa. If you look at the herb itself, it looks like the kidney. It looks like the kidney. So this herb has a lot of and it's good for persons who are having, well, it has been traditionally used for persons with kidney failure. Remember now, I'm saying to you, this is a traditional use for persons who that would be getting ready for candidates for dialysis. Candidates for dialysis. This is a herb that was traditionally used to help persons with that. Parsley, not parsley, but very, very, very good SSL. It functions similar to parsley, but for the kidney, it's one of the top herbs for the kidney as it relates to kidney failure. All right, for persons who are having weak kidney, it's and it grows here in Jamaica. A lot of it, I saw a lot of it in Boston. It loves to grow in the grass. It loves to grow in the grass. I think I saw some. No, when I was it. No. So this herb is called the kidney herb. It's called the kidney herb, and or kidney weed.
Yeah.
Kidney weed, and it grows. It loves to grow in lawns. I think I'm trying to remember, Sean,
Hold
if I
on.
saw it in your backyard.
It's a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
Someone upright
I do
stand.
recall some of it now backyard.
Mm-hmm.
The upright stand. What's the best way to
Yeah,
store
they're
dry
from the
herbs,
backyard now.
and how long can you
Right.
keep them for?
What's the best way to store dry herbs? So, all right, that's a very, 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 very good question, because the enemies of herb are light. Light and moisture are two of your herb's biggest enemies, because remember that the herb reacts to sunlight, or the herb reacts to light. That's how it was. That's why that was one of the ingredients that the herb used to use to make its the plant, sorry, used to use to make its food. So light directly affects it. So you want to first of all keep your herb after you dry it, you want to keep it in a cool, dry place, away from sunlight or away from light.
So like something like this. This is like glass.
Yes, but
Plastic is your enemy.
because it's in that clear container, you don't have to keep that glass in a cupboard.
Yeah, somewhere dark.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
But why it's best to use, well, the glass thing is easier and cheaper for most people, but as Doc said, you want to keep it away from sunlight and all of that stuff. But plastic is a no, no, no,
No, right.
no, no, don't do that to your
Mm-hmm.
body. Don't do that to yourself.
Right. Now, if you can run an experiment. You can run an experiment, and maybe what you could do, you could dry some herbs, and you could label the herb. So okay, you did the herb on the 14th, and what you could do is you could put both of them in a glass, keep one in a cupboard, and put one out where light can affect it. And what you're going to notice is that the one that is in the presence of light will begin to lose its color. So it moves from a dark green to a light green because it is reacting to the light and it's losing its potency. Right? So you want to keep it in a away from light, and you want to keep it in a cool area away from moisture. So that's how you want to keep your herb. And if you do that, depending on the herb, I mean, if it's because every part, depending on what you're using, you have the bark, the stem, the leaf, the flower. Depending on the part of the herb that you're using, it also determines the lifespan. So this is actually the kidney weed again. This is it growing. How it grows, but it grows pretty much in lawns. It loves to grow in grass, and it's extremely good for the kidney. But you take it also, it has it gives you a lot of energy. The plant can also be used as a vegetable, can be eaten as a vegetable. So for persons who had kidney failure, this is traditionally how they used to use that herb. They used to use this herb for a person whose kidney function is being reduced. So if you're having reduction in how the kidney is functioning, this herb strengthens the kidney.
Doc, I have a question. You said
Mhm.
that it's primarily found in lawns, and it's grass. Wherever grass is, you find this. Now,
Mm.
the moment you said that, what came to mind was weeds. Like people always say, you need to get weed out of the grass.
Mhm.
So, but is there what's the distinction between a herb and a weed?
There's definition. There's a definition. That's the only difference. So the definition of a weed is any plant or herb growing where it is not wanted.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if it is that if you're in the business of planting cabbage and a callaloo grows up in your cabbage garden, it's a weed.
Weed. Yeah, you want to get rid of that one.
And the inverse is true. If you are growing callaloo and a cabbage grows up into your callaloo garden, it's a weed. So any plant or herb growing where it is not wanted is a weed.
So
So
a herb can be a weed then.
that is it.
Okay.
So
Because
so
think about even when you're even just growing up and maintaining the land and so forth. Growing
right.
up, my mother, anything that she no plant has to die on her land.
Yes.
Anything she
So
doesn't
Ganja was
plant.
the original weed.
Huh?
and
Ganja was the original weed, right?
the what?
Isn't that what they call it?
But dandelion is a vegetable.
No, it's a ganja. Ganja.
Ganja.
Oh, ganja, right? Yeah. And look at the value now.
And look at it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, all
So
the
so
way
so
up.
so it's really a definition because again, you know, what's a flower? A flower is any plant growing where it is wanted for aesthetic purposes. So even if a plant that has aesthetic beauty is growing where it is not wanted, this is considered to be a weed, right? So a lot of what so and that's so powerful now because this is how the mind works. So in the typical in the average person's yard, the average person's yard is filled with dozens of medicine that now has been defined as a weed, something that is not wanted. Can you imagine that? And what we're saying to the person is that most of the time, plants grow in response to the need of a particular area. So a lot of times the people who are sick have the medicines growing in their yard, but the definition that they have of those medicines is that it is a weed. So they are destroying the medicines, or they're walking past the medicine to go to the pharmacy to buy something else when what they need is growing naturally right in their yard. And that's why we're telling persons, that's why we're doing this. Because we want persons to understand that a lot of times, if you were just to educate yourself, you would begin to find it difficult to weed a yard. Because then you would realize that all you're removing that you call weed is just medicinal plants.
Could you share with us the scientific name of that if you know it? If
This plant is called, it's called Dichondra repens. You can look it up. Dichondra. Let me just spell it. Oh,
yeah, you're gonna have to spell that for us.
I can put it in the chat.
Okay. All right.
I can put it in the chat for OT.
All right. So yeah. So Dichondra repens is the name of it.
Or Dichondra argentea.
No, this one, the Dichondra repens. That's the one. There are different type of Dichondra, but this is the one we're talking. The kidney weed is a Dichondra repens. As a matter of fact, some people call it some people mistakenly call it what the herb name for the brain? Some people call it ginkgo.
No, really?
Yeah, but the ginkgo, bring back the leaves, the close up of it. Bring back the close up. All right. Now the difference with the kidney weed, because it has the same shaped leaf, but the ginkgo, the leaves are the margin of the leaves are not smooth. They are serrated. So they are serrated. The margin around, and that's why, as I said, guys, I'm starting back our herb walk, and in the feature that I'm doing, because I realize some people don't know how to identify plants. So I plan to do a series on teaching you how to identify plants, how to differentiate plants, right? And so there's about 16 different types of leaf shape, about 16 different types. And in identifying plants, we look at the shape of the leaf, but we also look on the arrangement of the leaves, among many other things. But the ginkgo, the leaves are serrated. The leaves are darker green too. The leaves are serrated, and the veins are more pronounced. So the herb that mostly grows on the fence and bloom pink flowers and give it to baby when they have cold. What is it name? Pink flowers that mostly grows on fence and bloom pink flowers. I'm trying to think about which one you're talking. SSL. Somebody, Vivian said, look like clove leaf. Yeah, it looked like clove leaf. All right, but this is how you know it. This is how you know the kidney weed, different from the ginkgo biloba. Because ginkgo biloba also grows here in Jamaica. It grows wild here in Jamaica. But this is a kidney weed. But it's often confused with ginkgo biloba. And when you take it, it also gives you a lot of energy. This herb, when you take this herb, but it's used a lot in traditional Chinese medicine. This herb. It's used a lot in traditional Chinese medicine. And it's used a lot traditionally for failing kidneys that are failing. This is what this herb is used for a lot, traditionally. All right.
Now, I wanted to add a little bit about the herb walks, because I've been on a couple with you now, Dr. Ben. And there's nothing that compares to grabbing the herb, crushing it, and smelling it. All these confusions, because they're all green. And I know that my biggest challenge was telling them apart. They can all look so similar. So that's something that we haven't perfected yet. I'm a software engineer, but we haven't figured out smell across the internet yet. But yeah, I would say to everybody they should take some time and get an herb walk. And the YouTube video and a lot of the things that Doc Ben is trying to do was not adequate even for me until I went out. And that's one of the things I teach my children too, is to grab the herb, crush it, and smell it.
Mm-hmm.
You'll never get confused again because they're gonna look similar.
Right.
But that'll solve a lot of your confusion.
Five senses. So we talk about using the five senses. Try to use the five senses to experience the herb. So you want to see it. Now, when we do a video, that's mostly what you're able to do. You're only able to see it. So out of the five senses, you're using one. But when you're actually on the herb walk, you're able to touch it, to feel it. You're able to taste it. You're able to smell it. So the more senses that you use to learn multisensory approach, the more senses that you use to learn something, is the more you're able to retain that knowledge, and is the more you're able to receive. All right. So this is the kidney weed, and as I said that you have to look very good. It loves grass. It runs, by the way. It runs, which is a little different from the ginkgo biloba. With the ginkgo biloba are more erect. So they tend to grow more erect. These tend to grow and run. So that's how you know the difference between it and the ginkgo biloba, and as well as I said, the way the leaves look, they're similar in shape, but the structure is different. Because when you look on the ginkgo biloba, around the edges of it, it's serrated, it's darker green, it grows erect, it doesn't run as a vine, like a vine like this. And the veins on the ginkgo are a little more pronounced. Plus, the ginkgo biloba leaves are a little bigger than the kidney weed.
All right, Doc, here what people on my right tell me I said before we open up the phone line. So we have one more herb. I think it's this one here.
Yeah, so this herb that we have now is, let me ask. This is a herb that many of us should know. It's also a herb. It's also a vegetable. Can be eaten as a vegetable. It's a well-known herb for the kidney. Well known herb. I don't use it a lot because it's difficult to use it. Because it has a lot of fluid in it, so it's difficult to dehydrate it, and it's difficult to dye. This herb, if you put it down to dry it, by the time you go back, it might start to grow. It's difficult, but it's
people, guess the herb, guess the herb,
man. Come on, man, Vivian. Where the herb named Vivian? Where is Jam Master songwriter? Miss Brown, Missy Bram Bram. It look like Missy Bram Bram in a Jamaica, you know.
Get that groove on.
They're still trying to figure out whether or not ganja was really found in King Solomon's grave.
Lily of the Valley.
What do you know about that?
Which one? Lily of the Valley?
Was it found on King Solomon's grave, or that was just part of a song?
Well, I mean, I know, brother. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. But it's not Lily of the Valley. Lily of the Valley is not a grass. This is considered to be a grass. Not a grass, really, but it
How
runs.
do you classify a grass?
All right, so grass are dicots. Monocots. Sorry, monocots. Meaning when plants grow, they either have 2 seed leaf or 1 seed leaf. All grasses are monocots. They have 1 blade, 1 seed leaf, and the leaf structure is also very different. Yeah? It is rosemary. Don James, good try, Don James. I want to big you up. I want to encourage all the persons who are trying, but that is not rosemary. That is not rosemary. In the USA, we grow that like regular plant. All right, but it's
name.
Eh?
Yeah, right.
Name.
It what?
No, I'm not asking first. Wait name.
Okay. Oh, in a pot. It's grown in a pot. It's grown as an ornamental, but guess what?
Yeah.
It even I saw it in the garden store. Even though it's grown as an ornamental, it is a medicinal plant. It is very, very um, medicinally used traditionally, and it's also a vegetable, so it can be eaten. And I like to identify those herbs that are edible. Yeah, man, it can be eaten. It's a food. It can be eaten, and it is medicinal. It's used for. It's traditionally used for prostate issues. Um, it's traditionally used also for uh, wetting the bed. It's used for that, and it's used as a diuretic. It's used as a diuretic, so it's used for what they would call stoppage of water or prostate enlargement. So it's a very very powerful herb um, that has been used in Jamaica. Um, so because of time, I should tell them I'm starting away from what? I'm starting away from bushes. Dreadlocks originated in there. Maurice Williams. Yeah, so Maurice want to talk about ganja. But this herb is used a lot for the kidney. Staying away. Okay, I'm staying away from bushes. I wonder why. But this herb has been used traditionally for the kidney. It's a diuretic. So when you consume this herb, it make your pee pee like crazy. So this is a herb that we would use like with the chanka pedra. If you're making a formula, you would use this herb. So it is called red watergrass.
Mm.
Red watergrass, or it is more internationally known as pendula. 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 Or, So this is a herb that is used a lot traditionally for as a diuretic. It's used to help persons with getting rid of water. So people who even have swelling in their legs, water retention, people who have water retention. I mean, seriously, guys, it's a herb that nowadays them take Lasix. People who have fluid around their heart. Traditionally, this is what they would use to get rid of the fluid out of the body. It's an excellent diuretic. Why I don't use it a lot is because it's hard for dry. And it light like cork. When you dry it out, Chris, it almost as if it don't have no weight.
Yeah.
Very, very light to use. But it's extremely, extremely good as a diuretic. Red watergrass. And I mean, this is what first time our ancestors used to use as a diuretic, whether they had fluid around the lungs, fluid around the heart, or fluid build up in the foot. This is the herb that they used to take for that. Red
So
watergrass.
apart from the red water, is there any more outstanding? There was the turmeric. You did the turmeric already.
No, we didn't do turmeric.
Right.
But all right, so this is the turmeric. Everybody know the turmeric.
Yeah.
It's a rhizome. It's a cousin of the ginger, and it is anti-inflammatory. The red color. The yellow color that it has is because of the curcumin. The one of the active alkaloids in it is called curcumin, which helps with inflammation, lowering inflammation. But as I said, that curcumin is not used by the body so good. Unfortunately, the body don't use curcumin. So if you're taking turmeric for its medicinal purpose, it almost has to be used with black pepper or cayenne pepper.
Thank you. Because in Jamaica, we have a thing where as men, we all grew up hearing that black pepper causes stoppage, right?
Stoppage of water.
Yeah, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Now that reputation as it's like almost gonna be
Undermined. It has
just
undermined.
yeah, big
Undermined.
time because black
Mm-hmm.
pepper is a wonderful
Don't be
piece
a
of
taxer, man.
because so it's just like and you'd be surprised where you can mix the black pepper with.
Are we a taxer, man? I want to tell us, some of you guys who have pain, joint pain, knee pain, and all them something there, if you ever make some black pepper oil, which is you get the black pepper and you get the olive oil and you infuse the black pepper in the olive oil and then apply it on the area. it's excellent. The active ingredient in black pepper is called piperine. Piperine is more powerful than capsaicin because it has a longer it has a longer lifespan. Cayenne pepper helps with inflammation and help with pain. Well,
Yeah.
piperine come from black pepper come from a family of plants, you see, that they call name the piper. So like rat's ears come from the same family where black pepper come from. Matico come from the same family where black pepper come from. Um, Black gianta, or what we call black gianta again. We call when they call black gianta again, international they call it um forgot what name. But cow foot leaf.
Yeah.
All of these herbs come from this same family, and about 800 plants are 1,000, some 800 and something plant make up the family, and nearly every single plant in that family is good for inflammation. So black pepper is maybe one of the biggest lie they ever tell about that herb, them, man.
I
I want
know,
to say,
I
man,
know, I
no
know,
one
I
catch a
know.
who
Is
pepper elder. Thank you
Beat
very much,
them
movie cap.
because
Pepper elder. Mm-hmm.
I'm with my own license to bring up like turmeric, ginger, and pimento and them things there.
Mm.
Enough of these things by itself they're good, but they need a second to bring
Yeah,
out. So like the turmeric, you need that ginger because to get rid of the curcumin. Oh gosh, my
curcumin.
biting my foot. The
Mm.
curcumin out of your system. So yeah,
So would something like Scotch bonnet pepper? How does that compare to Scotch bonnet pepper? Does Scotch bonnet pepper have the same effect?
If you're gonna use it externally,
Okay.
but
So
Scotch bonnet pepper is
you
a
just recommended using black pepper externally, right?
yeah. But here's what I said: you wouldn't see black pepper, you wouldn't see Scotch bonnet pepper growing in the wild,
Okay.
right? But you see black
So
pepper growing in the wild because black pepper grows some little kernels, it grows some little seeds, and
right.
like that look like pimento. And basically, when
Pimento,
you
yeah.
dry them and ground them, you get pepperine. There's this and it's very good for pain, very very good for pain. You can extract the ingredients and you can use it externally for back pain, knee pain. You can use it for pain management. It's extremely good, anti-inflammatory. So
So
black pepper is a great herb.
so are you saying we're better off using it externally than internally?
Which one?
Black pepper or
No, man, you
pepper in
can use it
general?
internally too, man.
Okay.
you
Use
eat it.
internally,
Yeah,
externally.
put it in the food, man. But
But
it just it works in conjunction with a lot of other stuff. So just depending on what you're pairing it with and what
yeah,
you're trying to accomplish.
Doc, somebody is asking what is the name of the last bush, not herb, I guess.
which
And
one was
That
that?
could have been the
the red something,
Oh, the red water
red
grass,
water
red
grass.
water grass.
or
Yeah.
they call it pendula, red pendula.
All right.
Okay, you have the green one too. You have the green water grass. You have the red one.
All right.
But it's a very good diuretic. It's used for removing fluid out of the body. Like how them use the lily of the valley. I hear people talk a lot about the lily of the valley. And the lily of the valley is what is called a cardiac glycoside. Cardiac glycoside. These are herbs that control. They have a direct impact on the heart. Right. That's what lily of the valley does. So it's if so you have herbs like foxgloves. If you look up herbs like foxgloves, lily of the valley, they're all categorized. They're all in the same category. So I know lily of the valley was made popular through Dr. Sebi. But apart, if you don't have lily of the valley, you can use the same foxgloves. You can use and I shouldn't even tell you can use. But traditionally, what has been used because they all come from the same classification of herbs. So the lily of the valley, a substitute for it is the foxgloves. And if you're in Jamaica, a herb that works is this herb name. No, it's grown as a flower. Let me see. oleander. Right? Oleander. This is a herb that again is thought to be poisonous, but it's a cardiac stimulant. And any herb that is a cardiac stimulant, one of the reasons why these herbs are so they are called poisonous is because they have alkaloids in them. Among the many chemicals in plants, plants have a group of chemicals called alkaloids. And some alkaloids, the body takes a very long time to get them out. Right? So if you take it, it's like curcumin, the body gets rid of it like within a couple hours. With these cardiac with these plants, it takes very long. Like duck flower has an alkaloid in it that takes about a year to come out of your body, and that is the reason why if you take too much, it can kill you. These are herbs that potentially can kill you. The lily of the valley can kill you. The foxglove can kill you. The one I just mentioned, it can kill you because it takes long for the chemicals to come out of the body. So
And also like, so sometimes persons will utilize a herb, and because it's working, them live on it day in, day out.
yeah, man. Yeah, man.
A week max, back off, give yourself a next week. Remember, you can be using other stuff in the interim, you know, right? But try not to go more than a week of every usage of any one thing.
Or break for a week. So I tell person, doesn't matter how beneficial a herb is, do not continue to take it ongoing. Break for a week. So take it for a month, break for a week, then go back to it. Don't take no herb. I don't care how great the herb is. Take a break, because what you're doing is that you're building up particular alkaloids, particular components of the herb in your body, and when there's too much, it will cause an imbalance.
And you remember I was talking about dependence, saying that some people start take a herb and it's like
take it
every day. Let me just say that. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, I was just going to tell you, the phone line is open, so the number, it's right there. Doc cell numbers, you can reach him in Jamaica and that. The cell number to call into the program, or the number to call into the program, is 667-369-8569. It's right there. And you can also reach us at aojldf.gmail. Now, there's one thing I didn't talk about when in the opening, and that was recession. Recession, people. It is not a good term. What it is describing, it's describing economic
decline.
Yeah, economic decline. Well, I'll call there. Hold on a second. Caller, good night. Welcome to Wil Rattigan.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
And to the other gentlemen.
Yes, good night.
Let me turn this down.
Yes.
Good night, everybody. Okay, Doc.
Good night. Yes.
Oh, it's so low.
I'm hearing you, man. We're hearing you. You're loud and clear.
Me turning up. Okay, now let me ask a question for the men, because they're not going to ask. I am asking on behalf of the men. Doc, is there any herb that a male can take to enhance their sexuality? Meaning, you know what I mean?
Yes.
The dead.
No, tell us more about what you mean.
Keep it moving along. Yes, because they might be doing something and then lapse in between. So should there be a consistency? What help can they get, and from what I call it bush? All right.
All right. So what you're asking for is a herb, something that will help with erection or sustain erection. So like
I think it's more with sustain, because you said that it's up and then sometimes it goes
flaccid,
down.
It gets flaccid.
Yeah, because one of the things that a lot of people don't realize that you don't maintain the same level of erection during sex.
Well,
under normal circumstances.
Well,
No.
take a look at what Mr. Brown says. He says if it dead, it dead. If it's almost dead, it can be revived.
But so it depends. So Carla, what we're gonna assume you mean that it's not fully dead, it will get up, but it probably can't maintain that erection.
Right.
I
Well,
hope that's yeah.
there are definitely, things that can be used, but I would say to the person that, again, this is where you consult your healthcare practitioner, because
They want
here's
to
what happened.
consult you, doc.
Eh?
They need to consult you right after that.
Well,
Because you know the healthcare practitioner is gonna give them the little blue pill
I don't want them to cut out not
and a whole bunch of disclaimers.
Yeah,
Warning them about what's gonna happen if they have an erection for more than 5 hours and who to see and when to see them.
No, listen, we have to follow protocol. See your health practitioner first.
And I said right after that, see Dr. Ben, don't eat nothing, don't take nothing, don't take no strange unknown pills.
Them
Right
pill is a dangerous game. It's a dangerous game you're playing, you know.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous game you're playing, you know, when you plan for something, you know, and you plan for 5 hours, you know, and change your plans go on, you know.
I think people bought it just based on the disclaimer. They said 5 hours? I have to try this.
So you have to what the person will need is,
you see,
a herb.
Darren's just repeating what I'm telling people all this time. Make sure you have enough blood for keep things pumping. Darren said the man.
Yeah, so what the person needs is herbs that will increase circulation.
Yeah.
Now, why I said the person I have to talk to the healthcare provider is because most people who will have a condition like that will have an underlying cardiovascular condition. Yeah. It may not be, but you have to bear in mind that if you're going to give somebody something that is going to help with erection, they may have an underlying cardiovascular problem. Now, if they take a herb for that, there's a high chance.
Yeah.
Hold
on a second. No, go ahead. No, you're on the line. You're on the line. Go ahead.
Yeah, good night. Good night, doctor.
Good night.
Hello?
Yeah, man, I'm hearing you.
I hear you. We can't hear you.
Yeah, good night. I would just call to tell him thanks. I taking remedy and I'm now sleeping good. So even though I sit up in the bed, that's me I drop asleep. I remember me call you and tell you, say, we couldn't sleep, me just hot and all the way you tell me to do me olive oil and me whatever I go through. I feel comfortable. I sleep now good.
So this is a testimonial then.
Wonderful.
Yes, and everything I work well.
Everything?
Yeah, and yes, man, I may have over urge and they under control now. Under control. Yes. The splashes and so, but no, we just fit happy and just cool.
So hold on a sec, Carla.
Everything
when the person said I needed an overall, you got an overall, so you're tip-top condition now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello? Yeah, more and talk to you after the year, man. Take me off of the speaker, me talk to you.
Yeah. So,
I'm call after this.
All right. So,
all right, please.
Yeah.
Very important. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So basically, what that man, I'd like to talk about it because, and caution persons, because persons think about the benefits. They think about what is that they want, and sometimes they don't. Sometimes think about the cost of what they're paying. Yeah. So they want the price, but they're not knowledgeable of the price. And so but what that person would want is they want something to increase blood flow. Now, most tonics or most herbal tonics that increase blood flow can affect the heart. So it's better to try to find a herb that will increase blood flow to the pelvic area. That's what you really want. So you want to increase the blood flow to the pelvic area, but not necessarily increase the blood flow to the heart. And so there are herbs that are very good for that. I talk about a herb that almost I can guarantee you, if there's any man on the program tonight that is having problem with erection, one of the best herbs out there that is known is a herb called Mura Puma. One of the best herbs out there. Get the raw herb itself. Mura, Mura. No, Muira, Mura.
Yeah.
Puma, Puma.
That's hold on, you have to go back. We can't say a whipper man and run now and try to find a pen or something.
Let me type it in.
So it's Muira, Mura. And then Puma.
Oh, Mura Puma.
Mura Puma.
I just typed it in for you now.
Okay.
Right. So if it is that you have
there it is.
a cardiovascular problem or a diabetic problem, but you want to get your erection up, this is one of the best herbs traditionally that has been used. It's a tree and it's a bark of the tree that they use. Yellow. I mean, I tell you, say, brother, I mean, I tell you, say, this herb is I forgot the names they call it. Somebody said it's more than marvelous. And what I love about it, because there are many other herbs that I could mention, but most of the other herbs that I would mention are herbs that potentially run the risk of affecting persons who have heart problems. But this herb is a herb that what it does is that it increases
There's a U
blood
in it.
flow.
It's P-U-A-M-A. It's P-U-A-M-A.
Okay, Puma, right, Mura Puma. And it's very good. So for those men who are having erectile issues but have underlying cardiovascular issues and are not sure, as I said, do talk to your healthcare provider. It's one of the best herbs.
Bless you.
So if and what it does, Ratty, is that it not only helps with erection, but it increases the sensation, because what it does is that it sends blood into the two shafts that cause an erection. It sends blood into those two shafts, and it increases the blood flow to the surface of the penis. So because it becomes so sensitive, I want to say if you hadn't even brushed against your pants, you feel good.
Trouble at time.
That thing so
I'm
good
getting
that
some right now.
If you use it and you wear a clothes, anything that you wear close that touches your organ, it feels good. That's how good it is. Huh?
Yeah. So if you touch your organ start playing.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So this herb. So it's good for ED, Joe Blanc. Yes, man. Look about ED so we can. Yeah. So it's good for ED. It's good for erectile dysfunction.
I'm sure people are asking, where can they get this on Amazon, the local?
Yeah, they can get it online. I would just say try to get the raw herb itself. Don't try to get not with it. Most of the products out there that them talk about that good for men, the secret ingredients would be this. It is extremely good. Most of the other products them are just like you'll have like the maca, or you have like it's a herb from the Amazon, another herb from the Amazon, and them call it it's a palm tree, and you eat the seeds. It's called what the herb called again? Oh my goodness! It produces some little seeds, and when you eat the seeds, and eat it already. I mean, I tell us, man, because in the Amazon, when they go to hunt, they have to go out for days. And when they go out for days, they don't come back until they get a hunt. Well, if you don't take that seed and you put it in your mouth, it's like your saliva just softens it layer by layer by layer. So it take about one whole day if you eat one seed. Guarana. The name Guarana. So if you take this herb named Guarana, and it's used in a lot of male enhancement products, Guarana, it comes from the Amazon, and you take the Guarana it's a stamina herb. It give you energy like a crazy, man. It give you energy like crazy. And plus it suppress hunger. So so most of the other herbs out there. Tonkatali is another good herb as well. But Tonkatali is a stamina herb. It helps with stamina, so much erection. Mirapuma is the herb that helps with erection by far. I mean, no question asked. If Mirapuma can help you, a prayer.
Watch out. Look on this side as well. So, we start talking about
John,
John,
good man.
what?
Make a phone call. You sneeze too much. Make a phone
But you see something, we are talking about this herb thing from about 9 o'clock. And it's now 11 minutes past 11. And we just get the answer to look at somebody put in the chat. Them said, so the February 14 problem, but we are talking about.
Yeah, man, that herb is.
And Sarah can look at the beauty of it. 11 past 11. In a new world, you see that.
So Maurice is asking, are these herbs indigenous to Jamaica? So the Mirapuma is from the Amazon, not in Jamaica, but it can grow here. All the herbs that I just mentioned can grow here, but they are not found here.
But
in
Doc,
Jamaica,
one of the things I want people to kind of realize a pattern that when it comes on to the male reproductive system, the first thing you want to think about is the circulation problem, and then you worry about stamina problem.
Yeah.
Because it makes sense, you increase stamina on something when
a frustration that occurs, brother. Just make you frustrated. You just increase frustration.
Let me break up the laugh by saying that. Mention this because we have such a good time here with this. Mirapuma.
Mirapuma.
Yeah. But,
well, it depends on how you pronounce it.
Yeah, we're talking about the recession, which is not a good thing. And they just put out something that Jamaica is in a recession. And I think it was the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, one of my favorite ministers. Somebody else put out something, said, no, them wrong. But if you look at the definition, and we had on Dr. Andre Horton several weeks ago, and he was saying that if you look at the classical definition of a recession, Jamaica is in a recession. And I tell you what, but here are some of the, and I did some of the reading last night. Some of them is that they said that if you have 2 consecutive quarters of decline, we know we have that in Jamaica. And they say
that's a fact. I mean, that's the definition of it.
Yeah. And if you have unemployment, and you see they come and they tell you that the unemployment rate is 3.6, them lie, it's 5.7. That's what it is. It's 5.7. All of the people who not working because they can't find a job or because they've given up looking for a job, 5.7. That's the true unemployment rate. Don't let them tell you about this foolishness about it. Unemployment is only people who are actively looking. What about the people who have given up looking? Aren't they unemployed too? They're unemployed. And then also, I have a very distressing call today, and I'm hoping that the person will come on the show on Saturday. He was telling me that them issue contracts now for 2 weeks, 4 weeks. So,
stats.
Yeah, and remember now what they do is they measure the unemployment rate is measured at the beginning of every quarter. So, for example, January, it's the first week, even though the quarter is January through March, it's the first week in January that they do the survey. And remember now, people, that in order for you to be fully employed for the quarter, when they come to you the first week, if you have employment for only 1 hour, if they come to you the last hour and ask if you're working and you just get a roast, and the man say, I give you a roast for 1 hour just to move something for me, you are considered fully employed for the entire quarter. 1 hour, the entire quarter. If you don't get another job from January through March, it's recorded as you being fully employed, not even part-time. I know this man was telling me today that no, they're giving out contracts for 30 days, 20 days, and then they don't get another one for like 4 or 5 months. And as far as statin is concerned, for that quarter, you're fully employed. So this they play these games. And I tell people, look, if you don't believe me, look in your communities. Just look around in your communities and see if it's only 3.6% of the people in your community not working. You're likely to find that in some communities it's 3.6% of the population working in those some of those communities. So they're playing games with you. And then another provision concerning another indicator is that you have low household spending and business investment, and this corruption index is going to cause fewer and fewer businesses to invest in Jamaica. And I tell you what's even worse: the Minister of Industry, Senator Arbin Hill, he was talking about, oh, we need to invest in Jamaica. What has he done in the last three years? He has taken businessmen to Guyana to invest. He has taken, instead of bringing Guyanese businessmen to Jamaica to invest, he's taking Jamaican businessmen and businesswomen to Guyana to invest. So we'll see what's going on there. Another indicator is that business closures. And well, in Jamaica, we don't even say business closure, we say industry closing down because they're losing money. And we see another one where business and households unable to pay back loans. So this idea that Jamaica is not in a recession, I don't know who them think them fooling, but the people who are not working are the people who are barely working. They understand this, and so it's going to be a problem. And it's a problem.
The decline that's gonna have in revenue in terms of remittances.
Oh yeah.
Based on what's going on up here, that and I just believe that 2025 is a year of reset. So what I believe, and this is just my opinion, this is not the opinion necessarily of Sir Rattigan, Dr. Ben, or Sean, but based on everything that's going on, is 2025 going to be a year of old pirates? Yes, thereby. Enough land grabber go on. You can see that clearly, because if you're going to offer a man to build a concrete structure upon him place, knowing that the person can't live forever, it's not in a trust or anything like that. It just means so you really and tell me, say, oh, just for the price of a concrete structure, I gonna get land. It yeah. Yeah, it's crazy.
You know, you could talk about the poverty level. The poverty level has risen in Jamaica. And a study just came out saying that approximately 70% of Jamaicans go to bed hungry or with empty calories in their stomach. They have a lot of junk food. This does not bode well. And then, hungry picnic can't study, can't eat. I mean, hungry picnic, can't do well in school. And we say where monies earmarked for schools end up in people's pockets, and them have no concern for the children, none. And then they come out and they feed you this nonsense saying that we're all about development of Jamaica. I said, what development? What development are you referring to?
You know, right there, I would start where you started. I've been making the joke for a long time. I say I'm not putting any more money in any Jamaican bank until Hussein Bolt get back his money. That's been my inside joke. Anybody who know me on a personal level, I say so. So I'm to Hussein Bolt money, right? That I think has got to be one of the single most embarrassing, shameful points of Jamaica right now. You can never convince anybody to invest anything in Jamaica if you can't find Hussein Bolt's money. Give him something back. Give him something. At least try. 12 grand.
Which 12? And the thing about it is that Dr. Ben alluded to it. Listen, try open up a business account at any one of them bank here. First things first, me them not calling you because me no want any problems with them. Because I need them services as messed up as it is. You can't get debit card for business. Debit card. You must either do a transfer from your business account to your personal account and vice versa, go into the bank to get funds. Right? Credit card, don't even think about that until you're at least a year in business. Yet still, you still have to give them JP, business letter. You're going anywhere in the world?
You have to give
you're out.
them. Yeah. You have to, I remember doing it. You have to give them a full annual projection for what you think you're going to make.
Projection.
And we shouldn't forget that our world-class esteemed Prime Minister was able to open bank accounts with no money. I would have liked to see how many Jamaican people can do that. How many of you can walk in a bank and say, I want to open up an account? I don't have no money. I just want to open it. Or how many of you can go to a financial institution and get a $50 million loan and with no collateral? You say you put on collateral, but when that information is checked out, turned out to be not quite true. Yes, the collateral ended up in the hands of the financial institution, but not at the time when the money was disbursed. And that's not the way it's supposed to work. If you go to the bank and you say, or a financial institution, and you say, I'd like to have a loan, they say, okay, what's your collateral? How are you going to cover this loan? What if we can't get the money? Essentially, give us something that we can hold on to in case you don't make a payment. And what the Prime Minister said, that he put up stocks, he put up the insurance, he put up land, and they will find out that he did put up the land. He put up the land 6 months after him get the loan. I would love those terms.
Well, he probably never have
the stocks we talk about. He bought the stocks about 2 weeks after him get the loan. Him use the loan money and look like he used the loan money to buy the stocks.
I was just about to say, oh, you sure said the land, the property was in his possession at the time. And remember, I was telling you, a land grabber go on right now. So, you know what? Bro, God, me not a problem with you. Just
yeah, we can't turn. Why? We can't turn it too political. Right now, we already know that we have challenges getting herbs.
The thing is, it's not even political enough. It's just commenting on the state of affairs. It's not political. It's just saying these are, and the things that I'm talking about, these are facts. These are proven facts. These are not suppositions or the figment of somebody's imagination or hearsay. These are things that have been proven. These are facts. You can't. There's no controversy regarding the things that I've said, and that's why I said to people all the time, the people who dislike the fact that I call out the government at times, I said to them, look, you may not like it for whatever reason, but the one reason that you cannot tell me that you don't like it for is because I'm lying. You cannot tell me that, because on a Saturday when I bring up these topics, I usually put up a document and say, here's the document, people. Make a judgment based on this document. Make a judgment based on this document. I said, tell me that I'm lying. And today, none of them can come and say, well, you're lying. None. So they don't like it. People just don't like the truth. They don't like the truth when it cuts against them. They like the truth when it cuts against other people. We say the truth is the truth, and the truth must be told.
You know what the problem is? From a cultural perspective is this. I believe this is the problem. We're all Jamaicans. We're all living in. We're not gonna talk about the outliers now. We're just talking about people in general. And this is an assumption, people. It's like there's no honor among thieves. So it's like everybody at Jamaica just say everybody a thief. Overall, let's just break it down to the political sphere. So PNP people are complaining about what the JLP are doing, but them just patiently wait until for them time, and vice versa. Nobody's saying, all right, well, the real power is with the people, and because nobody votes on policy. You're born in a Dr. Ben yard, you have on green, you have labor rights. You're born in a Sir Sean yard, you have the orange background, you're a socialist, and that's it. Nobody don't care about the plans. Nothing. Remember, in a lot of these people in power, they are running a country that they necessarily don't have they're running. Them are make decisions about a country that them put them kids in a position that them don't have to be there to deal with the ramifications of it. Them not going to UE. Them not going to UE. Them not. Trust me, they're all in a position whereby, you know, like when them say a drug dealer doing something wrong and them have him goodie bag to go. Them done sort out that already, you know. And this is the next thing for me. Why are you an MP? You live at town and you are the MP for Dangamoko. You know, go there, you have no reason to be there. I also believe so at the MP level, at the more grassroots level, like you should live in your constituency. At the grassroots level, because we have to be realistic, right? At the grassroots level, I believe you should live in your constituency. Because if you live in Millsboro, you don't give up them on nobody way. And the bad roads that I have to traverse.
Right. You know, I see where SSL say, Conjo say Jamaica would be like Dubai. All right. SSL, I've been to Dubai more times than many people who don't live in Dubai. Dubai used to be part of my territory. I was there on a regular basis. I've watched Dubai. And when I said Dubai, they have to remember it's seven states, like 7 provinces to form the United Arab Emirates, and Dubai is one of them. You have others like Ras Al Khaimah, you have Abu Dhabi. In fact, Abu Dhabi is richer than Dubai. Most people don't know that. So I've been there many. I've dealt with the leaders of of that country on numerous occasions, and I was there. Well, I was there about 2 years ago, and I can tell you that Jamaica will never be like Dubai. It's far-fetched. It's somebody who drunk can think that. Never be like Dubai. Because what Dubai have responsible leaders. The Emirates, they have responsible leaders. People who care about the people. Not like Jamaica, where people care about their pockets. So we can just say that not gonna happen. I see where Mr. Brahma say, yeah, if you need to open a bank account, you need your granny maiden name, the color of your socks, the eye color, your fingernail shape, square around. She's right. Echo said everything in Jamaica is political. No, I disagree, Echo. I'll give you an example, Echo. Here is one example that is not political. Beach access. Beach access. It doesn't matter whether you're PNP, JLP, UIC, UDC, Up Jamaica, whatever political party stripe you bear. Beach access is an issue that affects every Jamaican. Every Jamaican. And you ask yourself the question, why is it then that people are not galvanized around this issue as they should? There is much to be said about the public attention paid to this issue. My dear friend Devon, who spearheads the Jabe movement, they're in court right now with the government, arguing for beach access, but it's not getting the traction that it should get. I just hope that more people start supporting it. And somebody had mentioned earlier that Adam Stewart owns Blue Hole.
He purchased Blue Lagoon, so there are no people are protesting because the access point of view, because based on the Stewart's business model in terms of properties that they have, it's now going to become exclusive. You know what I mean?
It's exclusive already because because all the lands around the Blue Lagoon, all the lands have been sold, and they only have a parochial road going down there, and then block the parochial road because before it was sold. You sure that in purchased Blue Lagoon, that spot itself?
Well, this is what I've seen on social media. I don't know for a fact.
I think, and I have to talk to Devon. I think what happened was that they purchased the land around it, and so you can't. And this is what they've been doing to a lot of the beaches. They purchase the land around it, so you don't have access to it. You can't
Yeah,
get
because they can't, because legally, unless they change the rules, legally they can't stop anyone from accessing the beach. It's how you get to the beach is the problem.
right. And I know that the leader of the opposition said that he will negotiate with them so that they can provide an easement for people to traverse and get to the foreshore and the water itself.
But even that be the case, all right, fair enough. Even that be the case, right? It doesn't concern anybody in government that majority of the shoreline is owned by foreigners.
No, because of this, they might get the
You see
money.
me?
Money. They're
Foreigners.
getting their money.
It doesn't concern them that I don't want
Because
it
here's the
to,
thing, you know
no,
why?
but hold on. Remember, a beach is a port of entry. We can call it anything you want to call it. A port of entry. It allows me to leave from Jamaica to anywhere. And Jamaica is a big transshipment hub. I'm not meaning, and I don't mean Kingston Terminal Wharves, right? Like nobody, all of these. Do we even know that none of these hotels making these profits at not staying in Jamaica, them going outside of Jamaica, right? They are owned by a lot of what? Spanish companies, yeah?
Yeah.
Who are the biggest producers of cocoa? Spanish people, no? It's like, and I'm not accusing them of them. I'm just taking taking a step back and looking at the forest, and I'm just like,
No, that's I just wanted to say to the people who say everything is political is that this issue, it's not political, it's personal. It's personal to them. They want to make money off of the backs and the sweat of our people. And at the end of the day, it would be okay if they if when they start dividing up the money that people would be able to live a decent life, send their children to school and all of that. But that's not what's happening. It's still slave labor. Slave labor. And these people come in and they get as much, and then the government give them all kinds of concessions.
of course.
All kinds of concessions. And then they do all kinds of evil to the environment. They pollute the place and nobody is paying any attention because at the end of the day, everybody meaning the people involved, they're getting paid. And that's all they care about. And it's about time that we start realizing that this idea of people fighting for political parties. I'm not saying you shouldn't have an affiliation. That's your call, that's your judgment. But there are certain things that you start looking at it and you say, as a Jamaican, not as a member of a political party or a supporter of a political party, but as a Jamaican, this is wrong. Beach access is one of them. So, somebody asked here what's going on with here it is, what's going on with the KCMC and all the other PNP run parish councils in Jamaica, the over 1 billion that's missing at the KCMC. Look, if you have information, Denton, just send it to me, please. Because we are an equal opportunity critic around here. No matter what party you belong to, if there is something to criticize you about, because and keep in mind, criticizing somebody is not necessarily a bad thing, It's also a way for people to do a course correction, to understand, acknowledge, and do a course correction and do the right thing. It doesn't necessarily mean that you send them to hell because they're doing something wrong. We're all people who make mistakes.
Criticism wasn't the criticism wasn't born from a negative place. The Romans and so forth. It was you present an idea, and we plug the idea to make it better.
All right. Denton said, Mr. Rattigan, we think you owe the Prime Minister an apology. We will forgive you. Denton, if you can tell me why I owe him an apology.
I think he was asking a question further up. That's the question.
How much did Dr. Stowe from where? What's the evidence and proof? Even the forensic. All right, Denton, have you heard me say the Prime Minister has stolen money? Have you heard me say that the Prime Minister, Dr. Andrew Holness, stole money? Have you heard me say that? And if you heard me say that, tell me when you hear me say him thief money.
Right, and then the apology would that would know. Right.
Call up, please. Welcome to Reasons Rattigan. Hello. Can't hear the caller. But anyway, yes, Denton. What the Prime Minister was, if you're talking about apology, here's who must apologize. The Prime Minister must apologize to the people of Jamaica for not complying with the Integrity Commission in terms of their investigation of illicit enrichment. But not only should he apologize, he should turn over the documentation that they've required, and he should withdraw that action from the Court of Appeal, because you know what? It's a disgrace to the country of Jamaica. How can you, as Prime Minister, set up an anti-corruption agency, set up the law, set up the organization, and then when they start applying the rules to you, you say, no, I'm not complying. And then you sue them to do what? For the court to repeal the very act that you sought to bring in. Tell me how that makes sense. By the way, then don't forget that, and I don't know if you know this, illicit enrichment action, the Prime Minister is the first person to bring it against, They brought it against other people. I can think of one case where they brought it against a public servant, went to court, and the government lost the case. They lost the case. So the Prime Minister is not the first person to bring illicit enrichment action against, but is the first person that they've brought it against that said, I am not complying with you guys. And I'm going to court to sue you to get rid of the Corruption Prevention Act, to get rid of the illicit enrichment provision, and then also to get rid of certain provisions within the Integrity Commission Act. Now tell me how that makes sense to the people of Jamaica. Tell me, why is it that our Prime Minister have 28 bank accounts, including bank accounts that he's claiming I didn't even know that I was on the account, and the account belonged to a member in the of this constituency. And we know that in order to you to be a co-signer on somebody's account, where
you need DNA.
Yeah,
you need DNA sampling.
She said somewhere, she said you need your granny date of birth, you need this, you need that, you need all. You need your granny maiden name, the color of your socks, the eye color, your fingernail shape, square round, and other things in order to open an account. So how the Prime Minister end up on somebody's account and say, I don't know how I end up on that account? And when you open a bank account with a co-signer in Jamaica, the person have to come with you at the bank.
Right. That's the next thing again.
Yeah, and him say, I don't know how I ended up on that account.
Well, unless you have an assistant to open the account.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So, let me say, some people, all right, because them signal it. Yeah, you see, the thing is, some of us, I don't understand. I'm telling you the truth. Maybe that's why I can't sleep at night time, Doc.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I go to my bed and I say to myself, I don't know, what is it that these people who are defending
Stockholm
the
syndrome
of this government, they're not seeing? What is it that they're not seeing? Because
Stockholm syndrome. That's what. Stockholm syndrome. Where we are falling in love with the oppressor. We them kidnap we, and now we're in love with the kidnappers.
I mean, there's much to be said about chaining somebody's mind. Not training, chaining somebody's mind. Because if you are a critical thinker, if you're an independent thinker, how is it that you cannot see that there's something wrong with my parents having 28 bank accounts? Just even if there's no nefarious act involved, just the fact that you have 28 bank accounts, you have to ask yourself, what am I doing with 28 bank accounts?
And these were they business accounts or personal accounts?
Some of them are business accounts. We don't get enough information from the Integrity Commission about.
Well, one of the reasons why that could be is JDC. Basically, so your money is insured, right, in a bank, but it's only insured up to a particular amount.
Correct.
Right, just like in the States, a lot of people say your case whatnot. You insure to like 250,000 in some instances, 100,000 in some instances. But one expert fine point that people don't tell is that they have up to 99 years to pay back. So that money they could have the family will never probably even see that. One of the reasons why, so we're gonna take out nefarious acts out of the equation now.
Okay.
So if you have, for simple mathematics, you have, say, there's a $250,000 cap, and I think that's an investment account, and you have $1 million. You can manipulate your name, whatever Rattigan, come reason with Rattigan, basically it's a manipulation of your name or things that's tied to you so that each account is seen, each account has its own protection.
Right.
Versus you have $1 million in one account, it's only insured up to X amount, you only get X and whatever happens to the next one.
Right.
But with Jamaica's history and pattern of our leaders just blatantly robbing, him can use it as an excuse, but I just doubt it. In my opinion, I just doubt it.
But look, here's the thing. How can you have a prime minister who, during the COVID period, he was able to farm during the COVID period, when it's a time of catastrophe, right? He's trying to take care of his people, protect the country, and all of that. And while he's doing that, he finds the time to open 3 companies. 3 companies, by the way, they're transacting business, 474 million between 3 companies over a 3-year period. And they file nil taxes. And while he's doing all that, I think he had something to do. I think it was around the time that he withdrew the money from SSL, somewhere around there. And then while all of that is going on, he finds the time to study for his PA, for his doctorate. And then he's running a country at the same time and have 28 bank accounts. This man has got to be the busiest prime minister in the history of the world. Not just Jamaica, in the history of the world. When everybody are worried about life and death situation for them people, he managed to open accounts and by the way, if you go through and I'm finding this out as personal experience, that Jamaican laws are flawed, they're not up to date, and they have archaic, and they have a whole bunch of loopholes in them. The same Integrity Commission Act, which was just passed in 2017, just yesterday. Did you know that in this act, there's a loophole that says anyone who's responsible for filing a statutory declaration can get up to 100,000 as a gift that they don't have to report. Worse yet, it says that if you are a politician, you get a gift from your immediate relatives, you don't have to report that. So you see the setup for corruption. Somebody can give it to the wife give it to the husband, doesn't get reported, and that's the end of that. That is written in the law. And you said to yourself, then, what are we doing? And then if you look at the punishment, look at Beverly. Beverly name, the one, the criminal there, Leslie Campbell. I always call him Beverly. Leslie Campbell, found guilty. And what is he looking at? He's looking at, I think, $250,000 in fine and 6 months in prison. It should be 6 years and 2.5 and 20 million, something like that. Because you want to deter people from committing corruption. And we always say that the head of the stream, if it's dirty, everything else downstream is going to be dirty. And why is it that we're not making examples out of these people? Why is it that we're not doing it? We lock up the man for thief, our Aki or Mango from King's House. We'll lock him up for that. Even though the man should have every right to pick the mango or whatever and pick, because a taxpayer's money and support that gentleman who live over in that place, right? The man who's the real bro god, the Governor General, who pays nothing, no taxes, no imports, no nothing, and get what? Almost $750 million Jamaican dollars to run his office. I don't know, maybe they give him $1 billion in this next budget coming up, right? And we don't have nothing for sure feet. And I'm saying, if you're going to make an object lesson out of people, if you're going to try to deter certain behavior like stealing or not complying with the law, you need to start with the top. Start at the top, and then that will resonate all the way downstream. You clean up the head, you're not worried about the rest of the street, rest of downstream. But when you catch a policeman take a money off a driver because he must speed or whatever, and then you lock up the policeman, you really haven't done anything about corruption. No wonder the corruption index has fallen by 4 points. 4 points. And it fell by 4 points. Why? Because of our government and the things that they've done. And remember, when our prime minister took the reins of power in 2016, he made this beautiful speech. No, he made several beautiful speeches about anti-corruption efforts and how he's going to end corruption. And the moment he said that, I said, this man a liar. It won't work because you can never end corruption. You can control it, but you can never end it. Anybody who tells us them going to end corruption, especially in Jamaica, they might lie to you. And this is what he said. They're going to end corruption and they're going to come up with an anti-corruption agency and blah, blah, blah. And that gave birth to the Integrity Commission. And where are we now with the Integrity Commission? The reputation of the Integrity Commission is in tatters because of what the Prime Minister is doing right now. He's in court with them, trying to get rid of them. And by the way, we have several commissioners coming up. Their contract is coming up to be renewed. It's going to be interesting to see if the Prime Minister and other people who are responsible for renewing these contracts, if they're going to renew them. Because also yes, people.
Let me listen. The laws of Jamaica, this is my take on it. The laws of Jamaica were initially created for the United Kingdom to capitalize on what Jamaica had to offer. When we got quote-unquote independence, who got in there, instead of using the opportunity to revamp, they just work with the system because now it can benefit them also. When you look at something like Jamaica's, the populations are in excess of 3 million, right?
No, the last census. This is another.
How much people?
The last census done was 2.7.
All right, so 2.7 million people living in Jamaica, right?
That's a big
Let me show you how. Let me show you.
They haven't completed the new census. They have not completed it.
Let me show you on all levels where is them only care about the minority. Look at a place like 2.7 million people in the country. Look at a place like FLA. You know how much people in Jamaica are licensed firearm holders? Less than 50,000. Less than 50,000 people. It's a status symbol. It is less than 50,000 people. Now, how is it that you're going to have a policeman? Now, I understand that not all police are created equally. And you got people in there you're going to have people in there for corruption, for the wrong reasons. But let's put a pause on all of that for a second. You have somebody who wants to be a policeman, is a policeman, have to fight criminals on a daily basis. And you gonna have that man go home and him can't have a license firearm? Remind you, there's nothing in his records that would indicate that he shouldn't get one. Right? You got somebody in a country like Jamaica as a policeman and can't get a license firearm.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? I was shocked when I heard the former police commissioner, Anthony Anderson. He said that. He said yes, they don't have issued weapons. Some of the policemen and women. And so what they have to do is when they show up for duty, they sign out a weapon, and when they finish the duty, they sign it back in, and then they go home with nothing. Because some of them, the barely get paid, them can't afford a personally owned weapon.
In many instances, them going home for a public transportation.
Yep. And look where them going to. A lot of them going right back to the garrison.
Back into the garrison.
Yeah.
Without even having having fear of them, without having fear on them side, that even if somebody want to try a thing, we can fire back at him.
Right. Right. Say Jamaica say, wait a minute. Go back to that one. Jamaica say, what I'm saying?
Was it Mark Coley that drafted the Integrity Commission?
Yeah.
Sister P.
He's right. It was at the time Mark Golding was Minister of Justice. He's right. But Jamaica, don't forget the other piece of the equation. That's one part of the equation. There was an initial draft done under the PNP, but the final draft was done under the JLP, because the final draft was not the law was not passed until 2017. The JLP took power in, I think, February 2016. So the final product, yes, we can say the handiwork of the PNP in there, but that bill was submitted, tabled by the JLP. So
Yeah, but at the same time too, you need to other people need to understand that the way the constitution is set up, right? Those in power and the opposition, it's a symbiotic relationship. All it means is that you get who in power get a lion's share of the spoils, and those in the opposition, they get the smaller portion. But it's a symbiotic relationship.
I keep telling people, because
that's the first
the
way
whole
they
of them kids go to the same school. Their kids
kids
are like cousins.
When it comes to those things, that's the first way they fool people, is by convincing
They're not
people
enemies.
I'm tired of all right now. I tell people, listen, being a man of Vibes Cartel do not have no beef. They just make it up to give you guys something to talk about. There's no problems. They probably sit at home in the evenings and drink beer together and laugh. That's why I sit back kind of so quiet, because I'm like, it's just so easy to get people caught up.
Dr. Ben
you tell
is
somebody you don't
PMP,
like bread,
and Mr. Rattigan is JLP, and we are the kids. And you and I go to the same school, and we are best friends. I come to your house. Good evening, Uncle Ratty. You come to my house. Good evening, Uncle Ben. There is no way we can burn down this house.
All right. Caller, good night. Welcome to Come Reasons, Rattigan.
Okay, Mr. Rattigan, this question is for you. Is there a clause in the Constitution that would prevent Andrew Holness from running for office, seeing as all that has been happening and the corruption and so on? Is there a clause within the Constitution? I realize that he's patterning a lot of things with Trump, and I believe he's up to something, because he's behaving like nothing has happened, barefaced, upfront, and just talking as if nothing happened. And this ought not to be. This is not good leadership for young people. What is he teaching the younger generation? That you can do all that is wrong. I won't name them out. We all know what he's guilty of and what has been going on. For the young people, this is not good. So is there a clause?
All right.
All right.
As far as I know, based on everything that's going on right now, there is no clause that you can bar him from running as a candidate. Keep in mind that everything that we have said, that there are allegations, because there was a Westcon investigation concerning his intervention in the awarding of contracts, and the corruption prosecutor decided not to prosecute. She said she didn't have enough evidence. So we may have our opinions about it, but the Constitution itself says that you're innocent until proven guilty. That is in a court of law. That is not in the court of public opinion. The other one is the investigation concerning the 28 bank accounts and all the other stuff. That in that case, the Integrity Commission only asked the corruption prosecutor to prosecute him for not telling them about the 4 bank accounts at Scotia. And surprisingly, and I say surprisingly because I've looked at the evidence, I think I know a thing or two about evidence and about facts. And to my surprise, the corruption prosecutor said, no, she's not going to prosecute him. Nevertheless, the case was referred to the Financial Investigative Division because of the Prime Minister's alleged failure to cooperate with the investigation and the investigators. So again, there are certain allegations concerning illicit enrichment, because they said we couldn't complete it because he wouldn't cooperate with us and provide certain pieces of information. Then there's one up in the Beverly Hills, the one where the house was built um, outside the specifications, outside the building plans. And if you go back and you look at the basis for that investigation, somebody called and somebody told the Integrity Commission that the Prime Minister was aware that the building plan that was submitted to KSAMC was only one. There's another one, a different one that was given to the builder, and that's why instead of building 2 bedrooms, they were building 4 bedrooms. And I have problems with the way the Integrity Commission conducted that investigation, because I felt that they should have interviewed the Prime Minister and they should have interviewed his son. They didn't, for reasons best known to them. I can't think of any good reason why they wouldn't want to interview him. They said they didn't want to interview the son because they had gotten information from the Prime Minister's sister and from the Prime Minister's business partner, Mr. Norman Brown. I don't buy that. I don't buy that. If you're going to do an investigation, do the full investigation. Interview the Prime Minister, because at the time when the building allegedly when the builder started building the 4 bedrooms and when the plans changed or whatever, the Prime Minister was still on Estate Bridge. He still had an interest in Estate Bridge. It wasn't until after that he got rid of his interest in it, and he turned some of the shares over to his son, and some of them they're not distributed up to this point, to the best of my knowledge. So in terms of whether or not the Constitution, they can get rid of him, I think that's left up to the people. I think no matter what they did in the court of law, there's a court of public opinion, and the court of public opinion will render a verdict on election day, and so it's up to the court of public opinion to decide his fate. And I say, based on everything that I've seen, I don't have much confidence in this Prime Minister. In fact, I don't have any confidence in this Prime Minister. None whatsoever. He has lost whatever currency he had. He has lost it. Because he seems to think as if he cannot be held accountable, or he should not be held accountable. Whatever him say, go. And how can you say it's a democracy, but whatever you say, go? No, it cannot be like that. And there's so many things, like you said, the caller from Philadelphia. There's so many things. If you start enumerating them, I'll give you a couple. Go back and look at the 2016 manifesto, and then look at the 2020 manifesto, and then look at the conference speeches, and then look at the sectorial debates, and then look at the press conferences. And then you're going to find a whole bunch of promises that the Prime Minister, made to the people of Jamaica. He and his government made to the people of Jamaica. And ask yourself if they fulfill them. In fact, here's one that you might find funny. They said that they have Jamaica have desalination plants. Desalination plants. So Jamaica shouldn't have any water issues. By the way, half of Jamaica is experiencing water shortage right now. Right, because they don't have a solid water management program. So with all the rainfall that they had the other day, still having problems. But they said they have desalination plants, plural. And I wrote to them and I said to them, listen, I want you to tell me everything about these desalination plants, plural, including the one at Moses Park near Ferry. I want you to tell me everything about these plants. I want you to tell me the date that they were conceived, the date they were built, the day they became operational, who got the contract, how they got the contract, how much was the contract for, what is it producing, what type of energy you're using to operate the plant, how productive is the plant, is it profitable or not. I asked them a range of questions. I think it was 25 questions I asked them. And they wrote me back and said, Mr. Rattigan, we will be in touch with you shortly. Well, under the Access to Information Act, they have a maximum of 60 days that they can time me out. And then after that, I have the right to go to the tribunal. Now, the tribunal, they have about 12 cases pending, and I think I have like 3 or 4 sitting. Out of the 12, 3 or 4 of them belong to me. So I'm not going to stop. And that's why I'm saying to you, people, before you start criticizing people who are talking about the actions of the prime minister or the inactions of the prime minister and his government, just examine the facts. And if you're true to yourself, if you're true to yourself as a Jamaican, because remember now, you were never born. You hear some people say, me I born PNP, me I born Labour. No, you were never born a PNP or a Labour, right? You were born a Jamaican. You're born a Jamaican. And for what, whoever or whatever tell you, say, this is the party you're going to be affiliated to. That's how it works. But you were born a Jamaican first. And so as a Jamaican, I'm asking you to just take a good look in the mirror. When you get ready to start criticize people who are calling out the prime minister and the government, take a good look in the mirror at yourself. And then take a good look at the facts. And I guarantee you, if you're truly independent, if you're truly critical, you'll have no choice but to say what they're saying is true. Now, whether you want to vote for the prime minister for that or not, that's your call. That's between you, your God, and your candidate. All we're saying to you is that take a look at the facts. We want you to be an informed voter. We want you to be a critical thinker. We don't want you to be a legacy voter. Not because everybody in your neighborhood vote for this person or all the family members. We're saying no. Examine the facts carefully and then make a decision. That's all we're asking, because we believe that if you look at the facts objectively, you'll have no choice but to vote the facts. You'll have no choice but to vote the facts. So, when people come and them talk all of these things and them carry on, we don't really, we just say it's more hot air, people just getting off. Oh, so somebody even mentioned something there about the code of conduct, and that's an interesting thing. Dr. Ben, somebody asked you a question. Let me just finish this point. Yeah. Somebody mentioned they don't say the code of conduct. Look, you set up, you passed the law, you set up this organization called the Integrity Commission, which is supposed to be the super anti-corruption agency in Jamaica. And then you try to destroy the thing. But before you destroy it, you go to them and say, listen, you know what? I would like to have some training, I'd like to have some training as far as good governance and anti-corruption. You go to the executive director, Mr. Christie, and you ask for it. And Mr. Christie said, based on our mandate, we are obligated to provide it to you. But we're not only going to provide it to you, we're going to provide it to the opposition as well and to civil servants. And they did. And at the end, there are 7 principles of concerning good governance called the Nolan principles, which they use in England. And we are a constitutional monarchy system of government. So we have followed the Westminster style, even though what we have is a bastardized version of the Westminster style of government. But then bring it to you and say, just sign off on it. No, I have seen it. There's nothing tricky about the document. Them just say sign off, so you believe in a transparency and honesty and truthfulness and this and that things that they provided training on. And to this day, no one in the government has signed it. No one. Now that's a disgrace. And that is what people should look at and say, no wonder we went down 4 points, because these things, because the Corruption Index people, Transparency International, all of these people, the US government, they're looking at this. They're looking at this. But I'm telling you this though, whatever our prime minister has done and whatever he's doing, people know. There's a saying that I'm familiar with. It says, if you want something to be a secret, only one person must know. If 2 people know, it's not a secret. And what our prime minister, what we believe he has done, people know. Don't believe that the US government just come and sit down in Jamaica and just go to the beach every day and that's it, and give out a few dollars here and there and kiss the babies and cut some ribbons and that's it. No. It's a collection agency, just like the Chinese. They're collecting on our people. And some of our people are assisting with the collection. Some of our people in high places are assisting with the collection. And they will tell you that there's nothing wrong with this. This happens all over the world. You remember the US government did collect stuff on Angela Merkel. Our phone was tapped. And you remember that during the Obama era. And the president had to apologize to her. But this is something will happen. This is just par for the course. Nations spy on other nations. Allies spy on allies. So you can just imagine what them do with people who never consider them friends. So anything that our prime minister has done, I'm telling you people, there will come a day, there will come a time when he's going to have to pay the piper. That day will come. And I didn't know see the bam. He will have to dance music. Just one last thing. You remember, under the first Trump administration, they warned him about the influence of China in Jamaica. They warned him. And when though, we saw licky and nyame, we make the Chinese come and build a sensitive site that we occupy. They came and they built the headquarters for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade down on Port Royal Street. As I sit here, I can tell you that I wouldn't have no confidential discussions inside of that building. And none of the Americans are going to go down there and have none of them conversations there. Unless they're going to do it to, as we say, tickle the wire, to listen and see what's going to happen. And so they were warned. And then what happened? Trump lost the election, and then it was a free-for-all. China came in and China did all kinds of things in the last 4 years. And now, as fate would have it, Trump is back in office. And Trump is now looking at Jamaica and say, me never tell you no. So forget rid of them people here. We're not telling you, say we consider this a national security issue for us. And only depend upon we for all kinds of things. And by the way, we owe a whole heap of money too. And we know what we're not going with. We know who I travel to meet who. We know who I meet who in Jamaica. We know who I thief money. We know this. The Americans know everything. People, mark my words. It's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time.
So Rattigan, quick question. When you say him the African ain't going to come, the problem I'm very worried about that. Because the reckoning don't mean say something that him have to personally give up. Is what the country gonna have to give up for save that him gonna use as bargaining to save himself. Well, but that's our next topic.
Yes.
That's our
next topic. Yeah. They could say we don't care what you have, we're coming after you, or they could say we're coming after you if you don't do what we tell you to do.
All right. So that me further the if part. Sir, right. Dr. Ben. This lady, she's saying that her friend has some terrible period cramps along with heavy bleeding for about the first 3 days. What's the best suggested remedy? Now, I know immediately comes to mind is things like the cat's claw, all right? Sorry, the cat's tongue. You have any other suggestions?
Yeah, vervian, cat's tongue, dog blood.
well, hold on, remember now.
Heavy
bleeding.
Dog
blood, we don't want to take the dog blood while she has to there, I think, because that bleeding now stop.
Yeah, so you can't take the cat's tongue before the period come, like 3 days before the period come.
Yeah.
Look at this. Somebody put something inside it. They said that I think it's Morris Williams. He said, where is it? He said something about how to solve all of the problems that we're talking about. Them say put in an overhead mirror. Something like that.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I haven't tried that one.
Yeah, you haven't? Okay.
I have not.
Cheerful Wild Horse talk about Ratty is the wife of all the money. Listen, folks, those of you who didn't listen to Mystic last night, I kind of hinted at it. The Prime Minister's wife, the Speaker of the House, she was in Japan last week for business meetings. And then she flew, and I suspect it's business class, flew from Japan, come all the way to New York. The quickest way to get to Jamaica from Japan is through Europe. You fly our UK, you just fly go to UK, connect and go home. It's like cross over Europe and come all the way to New York. And this past Saturday, them have a dinner there, some kind of fundraising thing. And I'm asking questions like, who pay for this flight? This like from crossover from the Europe to the US. Of course, it's the taxpayers. It's the taxpayers. And it's the people don't see this as a problem. They know they're suffering, but they don't see it as a problem. It's similar to the case where $124 million earmarked for the Ministry of Education went into the pockets of an organization that shouldn't have received that money. Long story short, there's a company called it's an advisory board set up by a long time ago by the Minister of Education, still in effect. It's called the Joint Tertiary Commission, and the purpose of it is to advise the minister on tertiary education. And what happened? The chairman of that Joint Tertiary Commission went and registered the Joint Tertiary Commission, added the word limited to it, made it a private entity, and then contacted the permanent secretary. And at the same time, I'm a big part of the permanent secretary, and said to the permanent secretary, get me a TRN. They get a TRN, a government TRN that was supposed to have gone to the Joint Tertiary Commission. Instead, it went to the Joint Tertiary Commission Limited. 124 million. And what did they do? Nothing. Because the Auditor General did a special report on this and said, listen, what all of these people, they're talking nonsense. I don't believe any of these things that these people are saying. They're just not adding up. And she said, look, we need to do a surcharge action, and there could be a fraud action here as well. And what happened? Minister Favour Williams, Minister Nigel Clark, Minister Favour Williams said, Minister Nigel Clark and his entity, they're filing the surcharge action. Mr. Nigel Clark says, no, I'm not filing any surcharge action. I didn't file any surcharge action. And the two of them argued until what? The statute of limitations expired. And the two people responsible for disbursing the $124 million, they got away scot-free. Now, there is one action remaining. They can't bring the surcharge action again. That's an administrative action. They can't bring it again. Now they can bring a fraud action. Fraud in Jamaica is 6 years. And by the way, I tell you how stupid some of these people are in Jamaica. There are two laws: Financial Administration and Audit Act. And it says for a surcharge action, it must be brought 3 years from the date the act was committed, which is foolishness, because if you find out 4 years later, you can't get any money. Then there's one called the Public Procurement Act, and it says you can bring a surcharge action, and the time limit is 3 years from the date it was discovered, which makes more sense. So they use the Financial Administration and Audit Act instead of using the corruption, the Public Procurement Act. I don't know why, but they did it. Now, fraud is 6 years in Jamaica. This thing happened in 2019. The 6 year statute of limitation is going to expire in a few months. And watch, no action will be brought. So you know what, people? That $124 million gone. And guess what? Nobody is going to suffer any consequences for this. When I say consequences, mean prison time. Nobody's going to suffer. This is what I'm doing in Jamaica. And we sit down there and we're not paying attention to these things. We're not paying attention. A lot of the criticisms, Dr. Ben, a lot of criticisms you hear about the government, and I point out the administration. Where is it coming from? Overseas.
Yeah.
Overseas, we don't see the action being taken in Jamaica, and it pains me. Because the facts are there. It's not something where I make up. The same place where we get our information, they can go and get information. They can file ATIs. They don't file ATIs. Thank God for a place like an organization like JAMP, Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal. They file ATIs. I file ATIs. So what happened to the rest of people in Jamaica? ATIs are not just relegated to us. In fact, you know who can file ATIs? You know who can file ATIs? A man from Alaska, a man from Japan, a man from Russia, a man from Australia. People who have nothing to do with Jamaica can file ATIs. The law says anybody can write the Jamaican government and ask for information. And yet still, we as Jamaicans, we sit back and sit on our hands and we not take advantage of these laws. We don't take advantage of these laws. So many things happening to us. Look at the constitutional reform. That's another big issue. We can't talk about that today. And people just sit back and not realizing that, listen, this has not to do with civics. It has a lot to do with you and your future and your children and your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren. And you are going to be called upon to register, vote in a process called referendum. And a lot of them don't even know what a referendum means. And the Jamaican government, they're doing their level best to make sure, say,
they don't know.
Stay dumb. Exactly. Exactly. I listened to the minister this past Sunday, and they have to shake me and say, my goodness gracious. So they put the cart before the horse. Them say them are going to try inform people now. Them do must about 5 or 6 town hall meetings. We have 14 parishes, you know. And them do 5 or 6 town hall meetings. And them said, no, we're going to educate people about this thing. I said, no. You should educate them first. And then you come with the bill, and then you come with the referendum. Then come with the bill, and all them I look forward to go to the referendum. The only thing that stop them right now is the opposition. The opposition said, we're not going to sign off on this thing. And the Constitution says that after I go to the Senate twice and fail, then the government can push it out as a referendum. The only problem is that you need 3/5 of the eligible voters to vote for it. Whereas if there's consensus, you only need a simple majority. And we know them can, and who the hell want to put out a referendum where the opposition no support? And you go, and don't forget how much money we spent to establish this ministry called the Ministry of Legal and Constitutional Affairs.
Right.
And look what money we pay for buildings where them not occupy. Look what money we are paying a rent. People don't need to wake up, man. We don't need to wake up. We don't need to wake up. Why, Dr. Ben, we don't know what else for this. We need a herb for this. We need a herb. Believe me. We can't sleep at night time.
Corruption is normalized here in Jamaica. And sometimes, I guess, when people travel outside of Jamaica, they see hope, and they see when you agitate and irritate, at least you get some amount of redress. But here in Jamaica, it's almost futile, because those who you're going to agitate and irritate are part of the whole corruption themselves. So in Jamaica, people just have this nonchalant response and attitude towards fighting, because hey, who you gonna go to? Because everybody who you go to. Now, if we're talking about the Prime Minister in the way that we're talking about him, the allegations of corruption. Remember, he is one of the highest symbol of government. So if you had a problem with if you had a traffic case and there was corruption, and if you look now at the person who is at the highest level of government being implicated, it's almost as if you feel a sense of hopelessness, because if it goes as high, if it goes that high up, it's almost as if it's useless, because there's no integrity. It's almost as if people here in Jamaica, especially politicians, it's not even a question as to whether they're guilty or not. It's a question as to, can you prove it? So the prosecutors know, the jury know, everybody know. So it's just about how well you can cover up. Because even if there is enough in the public's view that you are guilty. If it can't be proven legally, you are satisfied with that. You don't even care what people think or what is out there. So, it really is a situation where people are just people have just given up on the justice system. I think that's really. But when you live outside of Jamaica, you see hope, and sometimes that same level of hope that you have outside, you think that it's gonna help you here. But
Yes, caller. Good morning. Welcome to Come Reasons Rattigan.
Also now people set up the correct lose your work. Anyway, Mr. Rattigan,
Yes,
I want to look into this one because I've been thinking about it. The many returning residents who have lost their lives in Jamaica, and you hear the government saying nothing about it. Most of the time, you would see it on YouTube. However, they are telling people to come to Jamaica and invest. And by the time you go to Jamaica and you think you settle down, you have been watched and you have been killed. You don't even get to enjoy what you work hard for.
Mm-hmm.
How can they be so hypocritical to be telling people, the people who are retiring from the diaspora, to come to Jamaica or other people to invest in Jamaica? And they are doing nothing about crime, and they are not addressing the issue of the returning residents being killed. You know what? I'm going to say this and get out the phone. At one point in time, at the Norman Man International Airport, by the time someone lands there, remember you have to declare out the amount of cash and what have you. It was the same people who were working there. I don't know if anybody remember that in those incidents. Who was giving information to other people? And they would trail people, and they would describe the clothing they're wearing, and they would be held up and robbed of everything until they found out it was workers within the airport. Those people were tried, they're in jail. Who to tell? If this, because Jamaica is full of corruption and you cannot trust anybody. Everybody have them little inch here and little inch there. What to tell if this system is operating by the time returning resident go down? They have been watched and killed. Many, many, many. And you don't hear about it. Nothing is said by any government down there about the people. People may tell you, find somewhere else where you're at peace and go enjoy hard working money. Now go down there. I changed my mind from going there to retire. Never ever.
Well,
no.
We're welcoming people in Florida.
Right.
Nobody say anything. That bothers me.
All right. Hang up and listen to some answers. All right. Sean, you were saying something? Was it Sean or Chris?
I was saying we're welcoming people in Florida. Come to Florida and retire. Florida is a retirement capital of the world, not just the U.S., the entire world.
There's no attraction anymore to going back and retiring in Jamaica. I've met so many people like this caller who said, "Look, I'm not going back." I met people who retired in the Middle East. I met people retired in South Africa. A friend of mine, he had a place in Jamaica and he retired from the UN. And I said, "So what?" I'm saying, "No, man, you're mad, man." He said, "I go back for about a week, 2 weeks, and that's it. And I just come back to South Africa and chill." And he said, "If not, now yes, I'm dead. I'm not dead at Jamaica." God bless his soul. He died in South Africa. Lots of people all over the world I meet who said I'm not going back to Jamaica because the situation is not conducive for living a retirement style of living in Jamaica. And I can't blame them. I can't. Oh, Miss Don James said, take us back to classified ATI. Hey, you know what, Miss Don James, I reached out to Miss Jeanette Calder, the lady who actually, her group put out the 3 trillion, the report that they compiled from the Auditor General's reports. Because they took several reports and then combined them into one. She said she's coming, and we're gonna have a tutorial. I don't know if we'll be doing it this Saturday, maybe next Saturday. We're gonna do it, and we're gonna show our Jamaican people, and by extension, we're gonna show the world how to file an ATI with the government of Jamaica to get information about what the government is doing, and it's gonna be quite interesting. So I just need people to show up for that thing, and I need people to file ATIs like they're going out of style. Just file anything you can think of. I mean, when I say anything you can think of, I mean relevant things. Just file, 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 file. Force them to answer. And if anything, we clog up the system, then we go to the tribunal and then we'll go from there. But we have to show interest. They pass these laws for a reason, you know. They pass them for a reason, and then we don't take advantage of this. And well, there is a certain segment of the population, they're not even following this because they're trying to put bread on the table. They're trying to think about finding a job tomorrow. You know, they're trying to figure out how they're going to pay the rent. I understand that, but at some point, just even if you consider us a distraction, just be distracted for an hour or two. And what we need to do is we need to organize. You can't have a protest and have 20 people. You can't have a protest against the government of Jamaica for, the hiking salary for them. Oh, by the way, there's a PNP MP. I hope we get to the story this Saturday, who has missed most of the meetings in Parliament, including meetings having to do with his constituency. We're going to talk about him this Saturday. So we don't really care which party you come from. We just care about people. The people elected you to serve. And that's what we expect. And is that too much to ask? Look, when I get that tremendous amount of money for show up for work, basically one day a week, maybe 2 days a week. And it's not like the US or some other places now where you can't have outside interest. Where if you say you're going to be a congressman or a congresswoman, you can't have them outside interest. They like where them have in Jamaica, and especially have interest. We have the business with the government of Jamaica. That's a go on Jamaica. Them even have one where say that in the Senate, a senator, if you have outside business, all you have to do is declare it to the who? Governor General. You just tell them, say, Gov, watch out. Now run a aggregate business, We have business with the government. We have make enough money, So we just need to just follow the instructions per the Constitution and just notify and everything nice. That can't happen in some places. If you say you're going to serve, you're going to serve. And when you say serve the people, not serve yourself. So, look, we can't go on and on and on, but we don't want to do that. So, they could just close off the thing I know. Christian, Dr. Ben, any comments before we close off? Because we're up on the soapbox a while now. So.
Wow.
Let's just hold on a sec, Dr. Ben. Let's just adjust this quick high cholesterol levels.
Yes.
Even if that's the outro, this person's been saying the same thing. Let me reread it. There it is. Would you like to know what to do for high cholesterol level? One was saying that her stuff was at 6.7. I don't know if she's the same person.
Yeah, just oats, rolled oats is very good for getting rid of high cholesterol. So to get just increase your rolled oats content. That helps with dealing with it.
All right, cool. All right, Sean, go ahead. What's your outro?
Wow. I would like to say that I don't know what the solution is for the political situation Jamaica finds itself in, because people sometimes just don't show up. Like you're talking about the protests and because I'm not the kind of guy to write a letter. To tell you the truth, I'm not the kind of guy to fill out an ATI. We are Marines. We show up. You know what we do. And that's one of my twisted jokes. I'm like, don't call me to a protest. I don't have time for it. You know, call me when the war starts. But the fact of the matter is, people have to take Jamaica and what's happening in Jamaica more into their own hands, or it's not going to get better. It seemed like most people, like you said, either can't participate because they're too busy putting food on the table, right? Or if they do participate, they're part of the problem. You know, I'll be the first to say this. You know, the phrase, and I hear it so much, and it disgusts me. Jamaica this, especially as a person with more of an American accent than a Jamaican accent. You go there and you be like, so why even the police have to give, you know, the guy that's going to get you your driver's license a little money in order for him to get his driver's license? Why is it that corrupt that the police have to do it and know it, and we know it and don't do anything? You know, that's what I have to say on that. You know, herb is the healing of the nation. You know, we have to embrace it more. What Dr. Ben is doing to bring other type of customers to Jamaica, people who are coming to do health retreats and not just for tourism, you know, is a very necessary thing. And, you know, politicians and doctors are not going to teach us how to take care of ourselves. That's what it comes down to. And the moment you infuse society with too much isms, you know, Bob Marley talked about the isms that we took it for granted. One of my biggest things I used to tell people at 13 years old, the stupidest thing we ever did was decide that we need to choose between capitalism, socialism, you know, and communism. Whoever doesn't realize that that's a necessary state of mind you need to have depending on what situation you're dealing with has been silly. And it reminds me of the fact that we took on a bunch of cave people's system of government, and we had one before that. So that would be how I want to close this out, because, you know, the biggest concern for me, you know, outside of, you know, business that we're doing and why we're here with Dr. Ben, is Jamaica as a whole. And it having been one of the places where, for all kinds of reasons, it's the herb diaspora also. You know, one of the biggest things that struck me, I went to do the research myself, was that over 80% of the herbs that we find in the world can be found in Jamaica. And I did the research, like, wow, it can be found in the Caribbean islands. And that's because of everything that went wrong. Think about it. It was, for some time, the place where the highest commodity was being sold, and that were black slaves, right? So that's what brought everybody to the Central Caribbean, right? China, Europe, you know, and of course America, South America as it is today. So I want to remind everybody to keep their eyes open, and, you know, each one teach one, and it starts with the individual and taking individual responsibility. I think the most profound thing you played, Rocky, was that woman from 2 weeks ago, I forget her name, who reminded us to be owners. You know,
Yeah.
remind us to be owners. So I'll leave it at that, not eat up the entire evening with that. But that's what I would say. I try to remind people every day. That's been one of the things I've been repeating also. When I hear something good, I just repeat it, like I know what I'm talking about. But yeah, we have to remember to be owners of Jamaica, owners of this world, because it's so much bigger than that. If you start to research what China's calling the sit-down generation, even Chinese kids don't want to work. Why? They can't find opportunity within their own society. You know, even here in America, everybody's looking at it like, okay, that's great, but as I've been saying, while the world burns, right? While the world burns, while California burns, while all this happening, we're going to worry about a Kamala Harris or a Donald Trump. We're misguided. You know, we're misguided.
You know what, Sean, you were saying that you don't like writing and all that stuff. When this lady is coming on, and the same lady who said that we should see ourselves as owners and investors and all that stuff, she's the one who will be teaching, will be tutoring us. They have a system. She's from Jam, and they have a system where you file. And I'm telling you, if you watch it, you'll start filing ATIs. You know why? It's just the click of a few buttons. It's just a clicker. You don't have to write anything. I write, right?
Mhm.
But a lot of people, they use her system, and you can actually track things through her system on your own. They don't do tracking for you, but I guess if you ask them, they would. But it's just a few buttons, and,
Yeah.
and you're in. And writing a letter, they have written a letter already, and all you have to do is just pinpoint who you want the letter to go to. Just click a couple buttons, and the letter is sent off. They
Mhm.
draft it. So you should check that. You should when she's called, I'll let you know. You just check it out.
Definitely, definitely.
Yeah. I don't know what to say at this point. Unlike a lot of persons, I do have. Well, I want to retire in Jamaica, so it is just what it is. Home is where the heart is. So it's in my best interest that Jamaica gets better. I just want us to know that we have a lot more power than we have been led to believe,
Mm-hmm.
and start make up noise, man. And not even just make up noise, accountability. Somebody had to forget chop off, and I don't mean that literally.
I mean
I
it
don't
literally.
mean that. I don't mean that literally, but I mean like somebody has to be made to pay a price that people are like, "Whoa, it's serious." Like if we don't like the current prime minister, we can get him out, and if we don't like the PNP, we can get them out. I think at the same time, people for election purposes, we're so concerned with who's running for prime minister and who's the opposition, the leader of the opposition, that we don't realize that we can actually do a lot more at the grassroots level, because it has to trickle up. Like it's not so easy to get rid of the prime minister unless there's an election here. But we can start do things at the grassroots level that make them realize that the writing is on the wall and enough is enough. So we can't give up, people. No matter how disheartening it look, we can't give up.
Tropical Tour said, can this letter, the ATI, be sent to the High Commission? Uh, and No. What you do is you send it to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade if you want an answer, because they have designated people at all the ministries, departments, and agencies they're intake people that you send these things. If you send it to somebody who's not, they call them a responsible officer. And if you send it to somebody who's not a responsible officer, there's a good chance that it won't get answered. So, and the high commissions and the high commissions, the consulates, the embassies, they're controlled by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. So if you have an issue regarding at any high commission, any overseas facility, then you have to run it. You have to file that ATI with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. And while doing that, I would tell you file it also with the Office of the Cabinet. So that's where we are. Dr. Ben, lead us to the promised land, sir.
Yeah, man. So, as I said, there's a whole lot that needs to be fixed. And, we are the government, the elected officials work
Doc,
for
hold
us.
on 1 second, Doc. Hold on 1 second. This lady here, after I address this, this lady, Crystal G, says, so why won't this platform acknowledge a third party UIC? We acknowledge everyone. Mr. Joseph Patterson has been on this and been on the Reason with Rattigan program, and he delivered a very lackluster performance. And I'll tell you the essence of his performance. We asked him about we didn't get into the Suso and all of that stuff. We asked him about his manifesto, the UIC's manifesto. And in the manifesto, he couldn't answer the questions when we asked him. We asked him about, in the UIC's manifesto, it says that they support gambling in all its forms. They said that's a private, that's something private between the person gambling and the person with whom they're gambling with, and the government should never be involved in it. They also said that drugs, that people free to take any kind of drugs they want to take, and that the government should not be involved in people taking drugs. That's it's a personal decision,
Hmm.
and the government should not be involved in it. And
Really?
the third one is sex for money. They said that's a personal decision between the person selling sex and the person buying sex, and the government should never be involved in something like that. I can't support a party who come up with that kind of platform. So, and he hasn't been back. I think we've asked him to come back. In fact, we even asked him about his slate of candidates for the election, and he said, "I'm not telling you." And we said, "Then how can we support your party when you won't even tell us if you're going who you're going to have represent you in the election?" And we asked him the question 10 different ways. And on every occasion, he said, "No, I'm not going to tell you who our party members are." Now, how can you claim to be a third party and don't want the public know who will be representing them?
So like party shop.
It's nonsense. So when you say why won't this platform acknowledge the third party UIC? We acknowledge the third party UIC. We acknowledge it, but we can, you can acknowledge things from afar. And that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to acknowledge the UIC from afar until that party proves to us that it is serious about garnering the attention of the Jamaican people and fighting for the Jamaican people instead of individuals. Then we can invite them here and say, okay, we can have a reasonable discussion about the issues. But at this point, there is no point in having the UIC come and have a discussion with us because we don't see where they're serious about taking on the responsibility of government. We don't see it. The only thing we hear them say is that, oh, Jamaica is a constitutional monarchy and it's run by the people in England and we need to get rid of that. That's the only thing we hear them talk about. So if Mr. Joseph Patterson has if he has changed the manifesto and is willing to come back on, then fine, we'll have him on. But if there's no change from the last time he was here, then what's the point of bringing him on? We don't believe me. Time is at a premium over here. We don't have fillers. We don't bring people over here to just fill dead time because we don't have dead time over here. The program on a Saturday used to run from 3 to 11. Those of you who have been with us for a while, you know this. And when we cut it from 3 to 8, people call me and complain and say, "Why is it that you're cutting the program? Because you're preventing us from learning as much as we can on a Saturday." And I said, "No, but there's only so much you can." And I said, "We don't care. Do it till 11." So we don't have idle time over here. We don't. And people who watch a program religiously will notice that on a Saturday, I can't get to the things I want to talk about. I'll put out 10 things, 12 things, and we get to 2 or 3. So we just don't have the time for Mr. Joseph Patterson, the UIC. And I would suggest that if you need acknowledgement where you have to come on the program, then seek another program. When you change your ways and you decide you want to come on and have a serious discussion, then we're open. Sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Ben.
Yeah, man. So again, I'm really enjoyed being on the show tonight. Wonderful show, and I look forward to it every week. As I said, guys, starting the first Sunday in March, we're gonna have something herb walk where we'll go through. And if you want to see more herbs, if you want to be able to identify the herbs, know about the medicinal benefits, then we're gonna have that show. So just want you to look out for that. But again, tonight was a great show. We're looking forward to future shows like this.
Folks, listen, it was my distinct pleasure to have all of you join us tonight, along with these three distinguished gentlemen. They provided a ton of information. I, I hope you take it to heart, listen to what they have to say. And please, 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 reach out to them. The details are on the screen. Um, Dr. Ben, we have Chris, and uh, looking this UIC foolishness. Chris and Sean, reach out to them. We have some testimonials. I haven't heard one person say them take the product for whatever the purpose is and it never work. I haven't heard that. If that's the case, please let me know. But I haven't heard that. I've heard the opposite, that them take it on them feel better and take it on whatever the problem was, it's addressed. So, and Dr. Ben is here. And I shouldn't even say that because the last time he came and he was in New York, you know, he was expecting to say, I don't know, 5 people and 50 people went over to see him. Dr. Ben have a change in date in plan.
So I've been here and just been relaxing. So only when I leave Jamaica.
When you go to New York, it's a rough pan, you know, man, I tell you. If you go to New York, just get your rest.
We have help now, man. Don't worry, man. We have help now.
All right. Because all of the people will call me and ask me when you come, I will just tell them that you're there and them can just go over and them can just deal with you and them can deal with Chris. So, you know, that's where it is. And I hope you have enough hands to deal with them people, because you know New York people are not an easy set of people. You know, when you them things and especially Valentine's will be gone, but you know every day is Valentine's Day for some people. So.
Every day is Christmas.
Yeah. So look, well, it's a pleasure again having this little gathering here, and I look forward to it next week. So until then, people, Dr. Ben, Sean, Chris,
bless.
yourself.
Take care.
All right.